What's up? What's up? So, yeah. Hey, how's everybody doing today? Bing, bow, 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 bow. I'm just feeling like, I like going live. I only get about one or two people to stop by, but it's okay. It's Sunday. And, I'm a little verklempt because I want to beat somebody up, but I can't do that. Man keeps harassing me and then hiding behind the apartment complex. Like, nah, you can't do nothing. Well, I can do something. I can do a whole lot of things. I just don't want to because I don't want the problems. And so, because I am a little, I'm a little tight. I'm a little tight. I don't like being like this because I don't like stress. So that's when I come on and I make music. I don't get a lot of listeners, but I still jam on. And that's the whole thing. You do something you like, relieve some stress, and I said, and that's all. That's it. Relieve stress. So musically, I noticed that there's been a lot going on musically. And I've been checking music out recently. There's been a lot going on. I've been listening. I've been giving a listening ear. And I like what's been happening. You know what I'm saying? I like a lot of stuff that's been happening in music. I had to switch my game up. Because I've been listening to a lot of music and trying to create this music that I don't really know nothing about. And it's very boring. So I had to go back to what I know. I'm just gonna lay this down and then I'm gonna, do another track. You know what I'm saying? So at any rate, this one and B said I could write something too. You know what I mean? Just write something, scribble something down. But I'm going to go ahead and finish up some of the songs that I have been doing. For those of you who don't know, I've been a songwriter since around 14, 15 years old. And I do have stuff out on CD Baby. So under Tone Live or just Tone 202, you can check out my stuff I've been doing. I'm at a little space designer to this because I feel like it. And yeah, I just want to add a little depth to it. Yeah. Just a little depth. And now I'm going to put a spreader on it. I'm not a professional. Yeah, that's better. It's not bad. That ain't bad. See, this is easy to write to. And it's easily digestible, meaning the listener is like, hey, I kind of like that. And then people can, it has a feel good, as long as you're not talking about something that's really, depressing, then this is a good beat for a song. You can add, a couple more tracks to it to make it, a little shaker but this is the basic premise. It's basic. Then when you get to your bridge, it's like, da 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 da. When you break it down. You want to come up out of that little, bridge, and then you do some extra stuff like, then go, and chorus. There's, just, this is your verse. It's your verse at 16. There you go. Come in with some extra. There's some emphasis. That's all that is right there. It's a little lead emphasis. For 16. Then you come back in with your hook or your chorus and go bum, 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 bum. Whatever you're gonna sing about. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to do a little, flip this a little bit by adding something else on the, on top of that, you could add another instrument on top of that. Boom, song's written. So these, this type of beat right here is just so easy to write a song out of. Like if you guys gave me a topic, say, hey, write a song about this. If I wasn't hungry, I could easily write a song about whatever you gave me within reason. Because if you was like rocket science, I'd be like, I don't know nothing about the science of rocket, but I know some euphemisms that goes with rockets. And I could easily write that to this because it's easily digestible. So, This is why you hear a lot of this type of music on the radio because it's a good filler song. So you have your hits, and if you ever listen to an album, it's hard to listen to an album. Well, it's hard to find an album CD or whatever you have now, digital CD, and listen to the whole thing, and every single one of them is a hit. So what you have are fillers. You have songs that are not hits, but you can still leave them on and rock out to them because it's still good music. It's like This Ain't My Jam. My jam comes on, two songs after this, but this song grows on me. You know what I mean? Especially if it has a really good, video to it. So that's what this type of, especially when you're listening to it without the lead. If you take the lead out, and it'll okay. So this is the way it'll come on. Here's the way the song will come on. It'll come on like this. No. Let me stop that. I reversed what I was trying to do. The song will come on like this. I was thinking about going downtown, but I ain't got no money. No, so I thought I'd hang around, go and see my honey. She said, let's go and take the bus and hang up at the bus stop, just whatever. Down, 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 downtown. I'll be going downtown. Going to your next 16 for your verse. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Now you can add some more tracks onto it, but and then here comes your bridge. I'm going back. I'm going downtown. See what I mean? See how it just falls in line? Now right after that second verse, you can go ahead and put in a guitar or something. A guitar for your bridge, or if you have some dope singers, background singers, you guys, you can just do stuff like that for your bridge. But this is a beat that's easy digestible. It's easy to write to. And it's probably something you hear at a tiny concert or something, you know what I mean? Because you can just add so much to it, especially in the horn section. You could add so many horns that go over that, and then, of course, add other keys on top of that and the piano. So you could, like, this would be good to bring a piano in. I'm not a pianist. But when you want to go to the bridge, instead of singing over the bridge, you just bring a pianist in and just hit a couple bling, 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 bling. Plus, it's all in major chords, so it's just easy to do. Anyways, so I will make another beat. So for any of you who are songwriters, let me know, and we can get into it. I don't know everything about songwriting, but I know what I hear. You got some people who are into the fifths, the fourths, the thirds, the ninths, major minors, so they could really get down with the get down. I am not one of those people, although I have studied the circle of fifths. So, but I can't tell you what they are by sound anymore. So there's a circle of fourths and fifths, and of course there's more than that, but the most popular one is the circle of fifths. So if you're one of those people who get down like that, you'll probably lose me in a conversation. And that is quite fine with me. Uh, that's quite fine with me. I don't really have qualms about how much I don't know. I don't really go, you know what, man, I know I don't care enough to argue with somebody about something like this. I'm like, yeah, fine. That was a, B flat major, whatever. You know, you know. I just look at him like this. I actually knew a guy. I wanted him to help me out with my music, but dude asked me, he said, do you know what key it's in? I said no, and he was like, no, I'm not gonna help you. Because I didn't know what key the song was in. I said, fine. I said, fine. And he knew me. He's worked with me before, but he's just being an arrogant prick. And that's the last time I talked to him. I was like, you know me for years. I've been on stage. And you're going to come at me with, like you're better than me because you've been on stage with, whoever, whatever star you think you are living in this small town. I'm like, you're not rich. Everybody in the world doesn't know you. Nobody knows you like that. You work with some people, okay, but so you can't. So basically, I can't work with you because you're a local yokel and you don't know enough about music. It's just like, all right, peace. So, so that's when you branch off on your own. You say, screw everybody else. What's this chord? See if you can get a nice. We'll try something new. No. All right. Let me just get something down here. I want to get something with a. So I'm going to get some. You know what I'm saying? right, so let me get my act together here. How's everybody doing today? I'm just trying stuff out. I'm just trying stuff out, y'all. I'm just trying stuff out just to see what happens. Deadlifts and incline. Golden time of the day. Okay. I ain't been to the gym in weeks. I need to go, but I've been in some pain, so I just been chilling. I've been chilling, bro. But I need to hit the gym. I'm just, a little hurt up. Something like that. Something like that. Just throwing stuff together, see what happens. Is that little Frankie Beverly? I like some Frankie Beverly. I like me some Frankie Beverly. It's pretty chill, ain't it? It's pretty chill. It's a little something to chill too. Everybody all right? Tone, I got something. I want you to give your... All right, go ahead. What do you want me to give the spill on, brother? What's the tea, brother? I will give my best. I will give my best. Whatever. What's going on, Capers? How you be, brother? It's suspicious to you. The death of George. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. The minute I heard George Michael died, I already knew he did not kill himself. He didn't OD. He didn't OD. That's straight BS. Straight BS. That's good to hear, Capers. What's going on, Thomas? Man, you know what? I tell you what. You know, that's a good question, brother. You know what? I think I'm okay. You know, I'm just, you know, I got some stuff going on. But don't we all? I just got to work my way through it, you know. I've been praying about it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm just going through it. Just something to go through, brother. You know what I'm saying? Trying to, you know what I'm saying? Trying to keep it together. You know, don't stress. I know, brother. I've been walking around for Klimt. I'm trying to, you know, trying to be all right, brother, because, you know, getting my blood pressure up, it ain't good for me. You know what I mean? So I just been chilling, brother. I've been trying to chill. Folks won't leave me alone, no. I might have to beep bop the boop bap beep bap boop. But you know, you been all right? How you doing? Let me ask about you. You been all right? How the women folk treating you? Women folk doing you good? Hey man, I'm gonna tell you what, music helps me, you know, chill. You're okay hanging in there? I mean, you know, you can always come online and talk to, you know, Old Tone. Try and tell you, you know, if you ain't getting you don't got you ain't got nowhere to talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm online, you know, you can come out here and spill. You know what I'm saying? Your thyroid's acting up. Your gout is kicking in. That gout to kick in. That gout's kicking in. That arthritis. You come over here and talk about it, bro. We talk about it. You're good on the women for now. I tried to tell you. You know what? A man shouldn't die alone. But, you know, when the females ain't acting right, bro, you got to leave that alone because it's stressful. It's stressful. You know what I mean? When they're not benefiting you, bro, leave them alone. But if you can get one to act a little right, then go ahead and cuff her up. You know what I'm saying? She gonna get on your nerves, but if it's more good than bad, then I don't know, bro. You might want to hold on to it. But if she's a pain in the, you know, in the ass, bro, just kindly escort her out your door and thank her for the experience. You know what I'm saying? Let her know, look, I ain't got nothing against you. You're just not made for me. But yes, I think George Michael was taken out. And I think George Michael was taken out because George George Michael was taken out. Uh, I think just like Prince and Michael Jackson, he had royalties. If you notice, a lot of those people worked for Sony, and Sony was about to lose a lot of money. Prince was trying to get away. Michael was like, "I'm out of here." It's just a lot of money behind all of those names, and they got rid of them. Well, let me get my key right. Okay. Let me get my key right. I had to get my key right. Yeah, if a woman listen, if a woman is taking you through hell, just kind of let her go through it herself. You know what I'm saying? But don't take a woman through hell and then expect her not to take you through hell, because she will. And I want to let you know I am not a proponent of divorce. So but I know things happen. So I tell people, when it comes to divorce, I say, you know what, you got to pray about that one, because God hates divorce. So there's that. I don't know what anyone's issue is. I don't pretend to know. I don't really want to know. Usually, something has to do with the bedroom, or money, or children. Those things usually kill a relationship, and they kill them dead. They kill them to where there's no feelings. And if you're with somebody and you're in that situation, like I said, God hates divorce, so you better pray about it. Because listen, if you leave that person and it is not for a biblical reason, then you're still attached to that person according to God. So you could be judged for that. But that's something between you and God. That's why you got to go to God before you do that. I'm not telling you stay with that woman and let her drag you through hell. No, you got to pray on that situation. Because, like I said, if it's not for a biblical reason, and usually there isn't one, somebody will say unchastity reasons, meaning she cheated on you. Or somebody say he's hitting on her, so she should leave. Listen, I tell everybody the same thing. Pray about it, because you don't want to be judged for it. You just don't. So you want to say, okay, God, listen, I'm tired of this trick. You know what I'm saying? She's something wrong with her, and it's not working. We're attached by God and country. We got kids. She's flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone, but she been acting up lately, and and I'm not dealing with this. I didn't sign up for this. And so you got to go before the throne of grace. And, that's why God says, come to me and tell me about what concerns you, that which he's concerned about what you're concerned. So he's not going to be like, nah, I don't want to hear it. You're going to be like, okay, yeah, I see you. So, let me do this, that, and the third. And your marriage could be saved, because God would rather save your marriage and then you be out of a marriage. You know what I'm saying? It's not really for us to be alone, but there's all kind of stuff that's adding into being alone. The numbers, the way society is ran, especially here in America, where everything is just loose and free, and you're this. I mean, people are identifying as animals. So how do you roll up on that talking about marriage? People are literally in Congress in goddamn sane. People are literally are going before the Capitol Hill and have lost their damn mind talking about there's more than two sexes. It is just evil incarnate. So your woman, if she's not right in the head, she can easily get sucked up into this madness of free sex and come out with all this mouth and stuff that you can't handle. And her reasoning can be thrown off kilter, just like your reasoning can be thrown off kilter if your head's not sewn on right. You know what I mean? No, I've never been married, but I'm not upset that I've never been married because simply the way things are going with the divorce rate, with the infidelity rate, I'm gonna tell you something. I wanted to marry a couple females. One girl that I really liked, I didn't want to marry her, but I really liked her because I thought, she knew my family, I knew hers. She didn't want to be with me. She wanted to be with a local drug dealer. And sure enough, she got with him. She never married him. He ended up going to jail. She had a kid. And, I ran into her, online, talked to her. Little girl had a smart mouth, and she was like, "You're ugly." I said, "Well, your father's in jail." You know what I mean? Like, that's the reality. Your mother's raising you by herself. Turn around. She told me a story of how she went to the club and came out and got raped in an alley, and then said, "I went back to the club this next day and or the again, and the same thing happened to me." And I'm like, and this is what I would have been dealing. Now what? Now what if I was the husband and she came home after being knocked off in an alley and then went back to the same club and got now it's not their fault, it's her fault. What do I do? But this is modern women. What would I do as a husband? Trying to obey God and stay with my aunt. Here's my kid. What do I do? My wife likes going to the club and getting ran through in an alley by strangers. What do I do? I can't pray my way out of the hatred that I would have for her at that moment. I can't. I can't. I can't do it. The first time I would have been like, yo, pissed off because for one, you shouldn't have been there. But these men did this to you, and then I found out that you like this type of stuff. What and now it's like the reality is your wife's a hoe. What do I do? Your wife's a dirty, low down whore. What do you do? And this is what a lot of men are facing. And they're bound by, they're bound by, their state. They're bound by, this country that has them their balls in a sling because if they try to divorce her, they know that she's going to take them to the cleaners. And you're also bound by God because you got married in the church. What do you do? So this is why I don't run off at the mouth and say, "Hey, just leave her ass." I'm like, you got to go before Christ King because there's a battle going out there that's bigger than all of us. And nobody has the answers but God. You can't really go to somebody. You can go to a preacher and he's going to say one thing. You go to another preacher, he's going to tell you something else. He's going to say, "Did she cheat on you? Leave her." It's just not that easy because she's still flesh of your flesh and bone of your bone. So, but for those of you who never been married and you're dealing with females who are difficult, don't. I was just I don't know if you guys saw my short that I just put up. How I ran into this young lady And the guy and her kid, turns out the guy was her uncle. I saw them walking on the highway. Not the highway, but I saw them walking. I was like, yo, y'all need a ride? I gave him a ride. Turns out that the little boy wanted to see the airplanes. But they had a nice little walk to get home anyway. So I was asking about the place they lived because it was a pretty nice place. How much does it cost to live there, so on and so forth. And yeah, I dodged the bullet on that one. And a couple other women I so-called fell in love with. But anyway, so she's like, you want to come in? So I came in. And she said, you could live here with me. And I was like, wait, what? And then she got to rubbing on my arm. She's like, can I touch you? I was like, well, shoot, can I touch you? Like, what are we talking about here? So, she, and I knew something was up when she said you could live here with me. I was like, what? And then I was like, what do you guys do for a living? Because it costs $1,700. That's just for rent here. I was like, what do you do? She's like, IT. And I was like, so you're an IT? She's like, no, I go to school for IT. I was like, what school you go to? She was like, no, I just have an IT book that I study. I was kind of like asking him, like, what does he do? And it was some BS answer too. Basically, they both didn't have a job. And they were getting evicted today. They got evicted today. But before I knew that they were getting evicted, she was trying to, warm herself up to me and trying to get me to, hey, you can come and move with me and my kid. Turns out that she had another kid. It was the one I saw her playing with was like 3 years old, but turns out she has a 6-year-old too. So she calls me a couple days later and was just like, hey, because I was texting her. Like the next day and blah, blah, blah. And she was talking to me for a minute. Then she just cut me off. And then she calls me that night. She was like at 1 a.m. She's like, hey, I'm sorry. I've been ignoring you and I've been ignoring your texts, but I've been busy. And just you saying you were ignoring me pretty much sealed any deal that she was, But she was like, yeah, I have 2 kids and she's like, listen, can we come stay with you? Because we have to leave here by the 15th. And I was like, why don't you call Children's Services? Why don't you call? She's like, I don't want, my kids to get taken away. I said, okay, I understand that. But, they might give you some lanes and they might even help you pay the rent. She said, this place said they don't want nothing to do with me. I have to leave. They're not accepting any rent from me. So I was like, there's something else going on here. And then she was telling me she had a roommate, but the roommate left her. And she was also working, but she was working last year and she stopped working. I'm like, you haven't worked since last year. So there's just too much going on. Once I started digging into what this woman was all about, I was like, how old are you? She's like 27. I was like, what about the baby's dad? She said, he's married. I was married to him, had 2 kids. He left me and now he's married to somebody else. And he doesn't have any money for his children. I was like, there's so many red flags that went up. And she's like, why don't you come up here tomorrow back to the apartment and help me, make these phone calls or whatever. Cause I said, how long have you been in America? She's like 19 years. And I'm thinking, you don't know how to call for help. You know what I mean? I was like, well, what about your family? She's like, my family doesn't live here. They live in Chicago, blah, blah, blah. My grandparents, they don't have any money. They can't help. And I said, well, listen, you can't stay here with me because your kids aren't going to listen to me. Plus, you're an attractive woman. I'm attracted to you. Things might, I'm a man. Things might get heated up and, you're not really trying to get with me. You don't really, I told her like, you don't want to sleep in my bed. I can already tell that. You don't want to be with me. She's like, but you could be a father to my kids. I'm just like, what? It's just total lunacy. I was like, listen, I'm an older dude. You're not really looking at me like that. You're just trying to, hug on me a little bit to try to get into my house. But once you get in here for 3 days, I can't get rid of you. And I know that law. So I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I told her, I said, no, you can't come here. But you can call these entities and they'll help you out. She wanted me to come up and, make these calls for her. I was like, all you have to do is Google the number and then call these places. And, there's all kind of facilities that'll help you in your situation. She's like, well, I guess I'm going to be sleeping in my car and I can't really drive because I don't have any insurance. I'm not working and blah, blah, blah. So she was just giving me the whole sad story and trying to convince me to come up there and to help her move. She wanted me to also help her move. I was like, hell no, I'm not doing that. I'm a nice guy, but nah. I'm sick of that right there. I'm tired of women, doing me like that. I don't want anything from you, but I want you to do all this stuff for me. So I'm really done with women trying to sucker me because I'm a soft spoken nice person who just so happens to have two trucks. So basically I blocked her phone number and she tried to call me the next day, but she can't call me. And thank God she's never been to my house. But she shouldn't have said she ignored me. She ignored me on purpose. How do you need help from somebody and you ignore them? I don't get it. I don't understand these women. So I said peace. And you know what? She probably went to the shelter. She probably took her ass right down to the shelter, which she should have. Took her kids with her to the shelter. And they're going to hook her up with all that info I was trying to tell her about. All that information I was trying to give her, the shelter's going to give her. And, daycare, they'll help her out with daycare. And eventually, they'll put her in a little, full-time job so she can work for ManCan or somebody, or, you know what I'm saying? At some industrial, whatever. She might have to wing it for a month. You know what I'm saying? But after, it only takes about 2 weeks to get your first pay. And if you work for ManCan, you get paid every day. But I tell you what, after about a week of work, you got yourself. If you're doing $12 an hour, after about a week, you should have a 600-700. Shoot, you could start. If you're smart, you could start applying it. And I feel sorry for her because I think she made a bunch of mistakes and leaned on a lot of people that wasn't trustworthy. And she should go back to her husband, but her husband's married to somebody else. And see how that is. And now his kids are out. He doesn't even care about his kids. It's like it's crazy. But she's young. So I think she'll recover. You know what I'm saying? It's not like she's 40 and got a broken down hip. Nah, she's 27. She got 2 kids. She all right. It's not the middle of the winter. Yeah, she had 2 kids by one man. It's not the dead of winter. That's when it's rough. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not, like, it's summer. Yeah, she's trying to use the same tactics for sure. She had a nice body, and listen. If she would have came, I still wouldn't have went for it, but I would have helped her more if she didn't blatantly ignore me when I was trying to text her. And she was trying to use the booty as a ploy. So I was like, you don't want, you should have came at me with the non-affectionate and said, I need help. And I would have been like, you know what? I can see helping you. I could see helping you because you ain't come at me sideways, but you came at me with lie. If she'd have came at me right away and said, listen, we about to be evicted, this, that, and the third. I don't have a job, that, blah, blah, blah. And she'd have told me from the jump, listen, thank you for the ride, but, in 4 days, it's about to be up. Can you help me some kind of way, get from here to the next? And I would have looked at her with all honesty and been like, all right, here's the plan. Because I've done that for a woman before. I've helped a couple women out who were just like that, and I ended up dating them. But yeah, I had a couple women who were in some dire straits, and I was like, this is what you do. You know what I mean? I was like, here's who you call, blah, blah, blah. But I ain't move in with them or let them, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, all right, this is the first thing you do. Here's who you call. The first thing you do is call the welfare office. That's the first thing you do. You call Franklin County Welfare Office and you get them on the line. You go and see them. That's the first thing. And the thing about it, the uncle was like a young dude. He was like 22. So I was like, you got somebody to watch your kids. Get on the bus. She had a lot going for her. Because there's been some people who just been flat out on the street. But I'm just like, you got some advantages. Plus, you do have a car, just don't have insurance. I like you got some advantages because listen. There's a woman who's in that area who has nothing. Every time I see her, she's sitting outside in the same clothes. Everything she has is right there, and she's not from here. She's from a whole nother city. And I used to, just give her money and give her food. You know what I'm saying? And I rode up on her. I said, "Listen, where you from?" And she was like, "I'm from so and so city." I said, listen, I'll buy you a bus ticket if you want to go home. She's like, no, I don't want to go home, blah, blah, blah. So, and I ain't seen her in weeks. I ain't seen her in months. There's another lady who's down the street here, same situation. She actually has a tent. I saw her in the back of this, a Bob Evans where I used to eat. I ride my bike and she pitched a tent back there. So I've seen, I know better. I know better not to go too far with helping these women too much because there's always some craziness, and the dudes who are responsible for them, they don't try to get those dudes involved, and and because you're nice, they'll try to put it all on you and help me. But you'll find out that a lot of these women will not help themselves. They won't. They're in very bad situations, and as soon as they get into a better situation, they don't want nothing to do with you. Nothing. They don't know you. They'll roll off like you was never there, and they'll get with somebody who's terrible, just a terrible person, and then get back in a situation. And if they have your phone number or they know where you live, they will show up at your door. And it's just like, no, we're not doing this. Nope, you're not my responsibility. You're a full-grown woman. You're not my child. No, like, I've seen it happen. I've seen women put themselves in the very bad situations constantly. Yeah, they'll cut you off because they're not looking at you affectionately. They're looking at you as the simp. It's just like, no, I'm not a simp. I'm a nice guy. There's a difference. You know what I'm saying? Like my heart, God says, hey, help this person. I help that person. But you don't look at that and then mock God for sending you somebody to help you, you don't be ungrateful. You know what I'm saying? And when you're up, now you're switching around like you hot coochie. So some good for nothing dude can come along, wear your ass out, and then, beat you, which is what happened to one woman. And then he goes to jail, and then you show up on my doorstep. It's like, nah, like you're not a smart woman. He's automatically, it's just like, no, we're nice guys. We, like, God tells us to help you, to help people when you can, because we need help, or we needed help at one point. Hell, we still need help. But when we're in better situations, we look back and say, hey, this person's in this situation. Let me go and help them. So she's a good looking woman, African, chick, very good looking woman. So there is no doubt in my mind that somebody is going to snatch her up and her kids and say, let's do it. There's no doubt she had a great body, even after 2 children, but you can't live here. Your kids are not going to listen to me. And you're not interested in me. So I can't do that. You're just not. You have no interest in me. You're sitting up there trying to run game, and then you start talking to your uncle in your own language right in front of me, and I already knew what that was. I don't do that. So I was like, nah, this is not gonna happen for me. Not gonna happen. Now, do I think she's on the street? Nah, I don't think she's on the street. I don't think she's on the street. I like this. Yeah, I don't think she's on the street. She was like, I was like, what's wrong with him? Why isn't he working? He's going back to Chicago. I was like, nah, because if I move you in, then this dude got to come. He's going to be trying to live with me. Ain't no dude living with me. Nah. And he's just he ain't got no money. He's like 20 something years old. When I saw that situation, I'm like, this dude ain't coming into my house. And I get out of here. It's like, nah, I ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I ain't doing that. And you're not working? Yeah, thanks, man. I'm like, nah, you gonna put all the responsibility on me, and them ain't my kids? Hell nah, I can't do it. Them is your kids. I can't do that. Y'all gonna sit up here and eat up all my food, and you're gonna do what? You know, eat up all my food, and I ain't getting no loving? You out your damn mind. And I know, and listen, I know me. You know what I'm saying? I know me. I'm like, girl, you look good. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, get on in here. She gonna be like, nah, I don't really. That's not what I really want to do. I don't. I don't really feel. I don't really feel like. I'm gonna just go ahead and sleep on the couch. No, you're gonna sleep on the curb. No, you're leaving. No, get your kids. You're leaving. Why? No, you're leaving. You're leaving. Let's get it. Let's get it right now. I'll put your stuff in the storage unit, and I'm taking you to the shelter right now. I'm not doing that. I told her, I said, listen, you're a good looking woman. I know you probably got other men interested in you. I said, they ain't coming to my house. Like, you're not going to pull one of those numbers. Oh, he's just my friend. Dude's knocking at your door like, Who are you? Oh, come to see my? No, you ain't come to see. No, no, get that. I stopped to see. I was just like, oh, you look like nothing but a problem. You look like nothing but a problem. She even snapped on me a little bit. I was just like, what? I was like, you crazy. So yeah, guys, be careful, man, because never never trust a big button to smile, man. Never trust a big button to smile, man. That's what that was. She's a good looking woman though. I got a picture of her, but I was like, yeah, yeah. I already knew what it was. Yeah, because I was trying to get a picture of her like full body, and she didn't want me to do it. She was like, "No, I'll just send you." I was like, "What's wrong?" She wasn't interested in me like that. She wasn't looking at me like, "Oh yeah, you could be." But she was saying stuff like, "Oh, I could be with a man like you." I was just like, "You not trying to be with a man like me. You trying to be, with your baby daddy, but he left you. You're not trying to be with a man like me. This man like me ain't trying to put up with that." But men my age who ain't, we ain't touched a woman in a minute. You can get suckered into that. It don't get any easier. After 35, it don't get easier. If you ain't got money, like big money, it ain't about to get easier. It's gonna get harder. And there's gonna be more games. They're gonna play more head games with you because you're gonna be stability, but you not. Oh no, it's not, bro. I'm 55. You're how old? How old are you? Yeah. How many years do I got on you? How many years I got on you, young man? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got 15 big ones on you, big dog. Tell me it's cap, because I know what's going on out here. I done been through it, big dog. I done seen these women do some crazy stuff. Like, what? I done seen them do crazy stuff. I done seen crazy stuff, bro. Crazy stuff. Strength ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm talking about relationships. Relationships don't get easier. They don't get easier. Yeah, I'm strong, but relationships don't get easier, bro. The head games they play because they know you're older. Trust me, they play them. They play them. They will play you, bro. They'll play you, bro. Because they ain't right in the head, bro. Yeah, they'll play you. Especially young females. They play their game. Yeah, they get in and get out, bro. Well, younger girls do it more. Younger girls do it more because they're hot. Younger girls are highly dangerous and they're addictive. You can get addicted to a young girl. I have. Young woman, you can get addicted to a young woman. I've been addicted to a few of them. Still think about them. I still think about them. Because they were very, very beautiful. They were dangerous. They weren't good for me. I didn't care because they were beautiful. I wanted attention. They gave me what I wanted. I gave them what they wanted. But I couldn't keep them. I get a little upset when they left. I'm just like, damn. It's over? Yeah, it's over. That's it. Party's over. I'm moving on. You be like, You be like, can't you stay for a little bit? Just a little bit. Can't you come back? Like, why you 25? Just ah, ah. Athlete. I dated a college. When I was 27, I was dating this girl in college. She was a track star at OSU. Met her at a party. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I was way out of my league, but she gave me a chance. Way out of my league. Turned around and got married to somebody. I wasn't even mad that she got married to somebody else. Because she gave me a couple, she hollered at me, hollered at your boy. I was like, okay, I'll take it. I'm just saying, sometimes it's like, yeah, okay, it's over. But you gave your boy a chance. So I was happy with it, like, all right. All right. But there's other ones where I wanted to keep them, but it just wasn't written in the cards. Wasn't written in the cards. It wasn't what's supposed to happen. I cried about it like a dumbass. Why? But you know what I also did? I prayed about it. I prayed about it. I started praying. I was like, Lord. And he answered me. I'm telling you, I would literally be like, all right, Lord. Oops, I've done it again. I need help. Like, and that'd be that. He'd get me up out of there. He'd tell me, get up out of there. He'd be like, leave her alone. I'd be like, look at this woman. He'd be like, leave her alone. I wrestled with God over some women. One time he told me blatantly, he was like, get out of there. And I wrestled with him, but I knew he was right. And I got my stuff and I left. He's like, get out of there. Leave. I was like, you know what? You right. I'm going to be a little sick about it. But I'd rather be sick about it than be, really, really, really messed up. Go ahead. What's your question? Because you could be left sick about it. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be super sick. You don't want to be folded over. And I've been folded. Nah, if the Lord tells you it's time to go. Yeah, I got all those things. The point was, You and your. I get your point, man. You obviously don't get my. All right, brother. Hey, man, listen. I listen. I've had a lot of love. I lost a lot of love. I'm not complaining. Yeah, I'm not complaining. That beat's okay. I'm not complaining, bro, because I've had a lot of love in my life. Well, let me not say that. I don't know if it was love. It was, I don't know. I've had a bunch of meaningless women in my life. I've had meaningless relationships in my life. I can't say they were all love, but I have had some women who was like, "Yeah, I love you, but I'm not going to stay with you." I've had that. I love you, but I mean, I'm not going to stay with you, but do I love you? Yeah. I mean, you're okay. I love you though. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, what is your deal, Mister Fly? Oh, you're dead. Okay, good. Yeah, some good old love, some good love. I still think there's somebody out there who would probably, be like, let's do the thing, Tone. I'd be like, look, I ain't got a bunch of them. Be like, don't worry about it. I still think somebody's out there who would be like, let's do it. Yeah, it gets rough, bro. After you turn a certain age, bro, it gets. Yeah, it gets rough out here, man. I feel like making something goofy. Yeah, bro, it gets chickens will get you, man. That booty will get you. The booty will get you. The booty will get you. The booty will get you, Hardaway. You staring at the booty like, ah, Lenny and Squiggy on her. I'm like, the booty almost got me the other day. The booty almost got me hard away. It almost got me. I was like, don't let the booty get me. I just wanted to do something nonsensical to see what would come out of it. The booty boy, she knew it too. She looked at me while I was looking at. She even took her little shawl off, show me that. I was looking at her like, she saw me looking at her too. She just started laughing. She thought she had a sucker. I was like, oh no, honey, I already know what this is. I know what this is. I know what this is, honey. It's like, nah, you ain't getting me. I already know what this is, honey. Ooh. The booty. She tried to hit me with the booty. I need your help, sir. I need my help. You need to call on the Lord. The booty almost got me. I was like, oh. Ooh, I like, give me a hug. She saw me just staring at her like, I already knew. I was like, there ain't no way you're interested in me. Natural hair, beautiful skin. I was like, you're not interested in me. You just trying to play me because you know what? Nah, I'm cool. You're not interested in me, honey. It's cool. It's nice. You're not interested in me, honey. I was cool with it though. Oh yeah, bro. She was bad, bro. She's bad. Let's have some here. Let me try that. Uh, uh. That might be a little all right there. Looks like one of them ones when you was in oh my God. Atlanta, listen. Atlanta is I didn't mess with no chick in Atlanta. I didn't do it because I knew I was out of my element. I was like, no, because I'm gonna be running around here, and I dealt with the chicks that was from here, because Atlanta women, that's different. Atlanta is different, bro. Atlanta's different, man. You gotta just Atlanta. Hold on. already the wrong one. Atlanta is different. Oh, what up, Matt? I think Hardaway's been waiting to talk to you all day. Great Sunday. Hope all is well. Well, all is okay. How you doing? Yeah, Hardaway been waiting to talk to you. Even Tone, go live. I'm like, you want to talk to Natalie? Well, there she is. Knock yourself out. You guys have great conversations, so there you go. I should start scheduling my lives. That way you guys know when I'm coming on, but I don't even know when I'm coming on, so sorry about that. Mustang or Cutlass. My first car was a 1976 Cutlass Supreme, baby. I'll never forget it. 350, four-door, and some niggas killed the car because I had it and they was just jealous. They killed that car. My dad got it for me for graduation. But living in the hood, niggas just killed that car. I came outside one day, it was completely destroyed. Yeah, 1976 Cutlass Supreme. I should go buy one. Yeah, jealousy. Niggas be jealous, man. Jealous ass niggas. Anything to hate. A Mustang is better than a Cutlass Supreme. I can't really argue on. I don't, you know, I never owned a Mustang. I never really wanted one because they were too small for me. But as far as the engineering is concerned, I probably agree with you on that. I'm just a Chevy person. I own two Chevys now. My first car was a Chevy. I've owned several Chevys before. I'm just a Chevy dude. German engineering, top, yeah. I mean, BMW. You always answer my calls when I call. So what up, Natalie? How was your day? What'd you do today? Did you go for a hike around the pond? Did you hit the pond? Did you hit that hike? Did you hit that hike? Let's go feed the ducks. Gotta get out there, Nat. You gotta get out there, Nat. You gotta get out there, Nat. You gotta go feed them ducks, Nat. You made curry chicken. I believe it was good. I'm just gonna believe in my heart right now that it was good. I believe in my heart of hearts that it was good. I'm gonna believe right now in my soul that it was good food. Yeah, I'm gonna believe it. Yeah, I bet it was delicioso. Delicioso. Master William. Mm-hmm. Master William. Now I got a butler. Now Nat got a house full of Nat got a house full of women that know how to throw down. Nothing wrong with that. Passing on them good recipes to each other. Lucky I don't live down there in Florida. I have to come over and fix your refrigerator a couple times. How you doing, man? I just show up at the door. How you doing, Miss Natalie? Miss Powell, what you doing here? Well, somebody say your refrigerator ain't working. My refrigerator's just fine. Well, can never be too sure. What you cooking today? You cooking? Somebody said you cooking, son. I might as well check while I'm here. All right, now go and let me in. Go and let me in. I'm here for the vittles. I'm here for the food. Go and let me in. Hey, man, good food is good food. My neighbor can cook. She got her little white boyfriend. Little white dude. She be needing, like, stuff done, like this, like I know you banging a white dude, right? That's your man, right? She gonna ask me, she said, hey, can I use your air pump, for my tires? Like, yeah, cool. She's like, I want to pump up my, She's got one of them 2-seater bikes. And she's like, yeah, and a blind dude lives with her. She's like, yeah, him and I are gonna go ride. Nope, it was her and her boyfriend was gonna go ride. But she ain't telling me that. She gonna tell me it's a blind dude. So she's like, can you help me get it out of my basement? By myself, carrying this bike up the stairs, then put air in it, and then you go ride on it with your boy. Hell no, that was the last favor. That's it. You shouldn't have lied to me. No, that's it. She can cook though, but nah, I'm not doing you no more. Mm-mm. Every time she fall out with her boyfriend, she come over here. Can you help me? She'll fall out with him and be like, "Hey, you want to come over and eat dinner?" Like that's how she do. But she don't touch me. But you can eat and you can watch a movie with me, but don't touch me. And then she'll work things out with old dude, and then she won't talk to. Nah, I'm done with that. Even though the food is good, I still see, like I'm not your. The one thing I will give her though is she will exchange. So she'll exchange, like she asked me to do something, she'll exchange for food. But I don't like doing something when there's a whole dude around who can do it, you know. But because I'm strong, that's the way these women look at me. Like, you're strong, I can just you can pay me. So she will give me an exchange, and her exchange is usually food. She's like, I got a bunch of food here that I'm like, okay, I see your math. There's this one lady that used to live here. She wanted me to be her dude. I didn't want to be her dude. So she'd be like, hey, can you come over and help me, fix this up in my garden or whatever? Can you? And one day I told her, I said, I'm not your man. You know what I'm saying? Because you be getting mad when I say no. But I'll say, hey, can you do this? But I have to pay you to do it. But when you want me to do something, I'm just supposed to do it. I'm like, get the hell out of here. I don't do. And I told her, I said, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. If you ask me to do something for you, if you're not feeding me or paying me, I'm not doing it. And she got the memo, and she cooked me dinner one day. She needed me to do something. She's like, I'll cook you dinner. I was like, all right, I'll do it. And sure enough, her ass got it together. She's mad about it, but she's in that kitchen. And I sat down and ate dinner with her. Like, this is how it goes. Don't be having me over there just doing stuff and then go, thank you, bye. Now get the hell out of here. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You got to feed me or pay me, one or the other. That's it. A ham sandwich. I always tell somebody a ham sandwich, you got to feed me or pay me. And a lot of these females around here, they'll try that. Oh, could you? Nah. I said, well, shoot, I do it for a ham sandwich. Yeah, you cooking? That's always my answer, because I'm always hungry. Like, you cooking? You ain't cooking? You got some money? You ain't got no money? You ain't cooking? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sit this one out. Can you come over and look at me? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. And there's this one lady, she tried to pay me just for putting, her washer or her dryer. Something was going on with it just took a couple screws. She digging in her purse to give me money. I was like, it only took me 5 minutes to do that. No, I'm cool, but I respected the gesture. Now, if it would have took me, an hour to do something, I'd have been like, yeah, give me some money. She was a cool neighbor. Her boyfriend was all jealous because he thought I was trying to get on her. I was like, oh, I'm not interested in your woman. Or not her baby daddy. I'm like, this ain't even your woman anymore. She could be up here doing whatever. But that's why I'll be messing with these chicks, man, because The baby fathers be crazy. He got to looking at me crazy. I'm like, dude, I don't want your woman. That's your problem. I could have been got it. Even, she said to me one day, she said, I never felt like you tried to hit on me. I know you wanted me to hit on you. I wasn't interested. Your kid, she had like a 7-year-old kid and like a 2-year-old kid, a 7-year-old little girl. Little girl was funny, so she's jovial kid. And when I saw that, I was just like, I can see that your kid is happy. Like your two kids, they're happy kids. So that was a big plus for her. But the people she had those kids by, they were just it's like, no, I can't. I saw what I'd be walking into. I'd have to deal with these two Negroes for the rest of my. Nah, you're a cool person. She doesn't treat me with slight. Her kids are cool. Their kids are happy. They ain't got smart mouths, and you know how kids be. But I got to deal with these two ninjas. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not dealing with that. Plus, she wasn't my speed anyway. She wasn't my speed. I like this. Yeah, I like this a little bit. I like this a little bit. Yeah, these women, boy, they be. Could you? Nah, you got to. I mean, I need some kind of compensation. You got what you cooking tonight? I always ask him that. What you cooking? You cooking something? What you got? What you got over there? No food. Ain't got no food. It's gonna be about $75 an hour. About 75. Nothing for free. It's gonna be about 75. Your washing machine, what's it doing? It's gonna be about $140 plus your parts. Yeah, that's what it is. And then roll out. Man, I ain't got no qualms now. I used to be like nice about it. Well, I only charge you. Now I'm just like, nah, it'll probably be about. I just tell them now, shoot, it's probably cheaper if you just went ahead and got rid of it. I'll sell you one though. Because I tell them the truth now. Because these people around here, they'll use you. And could you do? I'm like, nah. Nah, what's wrong with it? What's it doing? Oh, it sounds like you need a new thingamapopper and your slingamaddig. Yeah, it's gonna cost you. Take me about an hour to put that on. Plus, you're gonna have to get one OEM. That's gonna cost you about 40, 45, $50. And it's gonna cost you about take me about an hour. Take me about an hour. The shift actuator. What kind is it? A Bravos? Yeah. Yeah, you need a shift actuator. Take me about an hour to put it on. It's about $75 plus $50 for your part. I get it on for you. Screw all that nice stuff. Women Women let me know very quickly. I'm not attracted to you. I'll be like, you know what? Thank you very much. That just gets everything out the way. Yeah, it's going to be about $150 plus your parts. Let me know. Here's my number. Here's my number. Let me know. My neighbor needed a dryer. She's been needing that dryer for the last 2 years. I was like, what's wrong with it? She told me. I said, yeah. Cost you to fix it. It'd probably be about 150, a little bit more to fix it. I said, I'll just sell you one for 150. She ain't bought one, and she's still messing with that beat up dryer. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, hey, that's on you. I just sold a washer and a dryer. Last, I sold it on the 1st, as a matter of fact. And today's the 15th. Yeah, that's cool because their warranty is up today. But I knew that it worked. I knew that both of them worked. So I just sold this a landlord, and he went through a management company, which is cool because I think they'll call me again. Yeah, went through a management company. So what up, Nat? What you cooking tomorrow? Yo, Hardaway, what you cooking tomorrow? Now that you're all single. Do you cook, bro? Hardaway, do you cook? I like this little beat. I gotta make something out of this. You cook, Hardaway? What you cooking tomorrow, Nat? You always answer my call when I call. What's up? What you cooking? Some Peking duck? Nothing. How about some Salisbury steak? You don't know nothing about that. That's your first time even hearing about that. You don't even know what Salisbury steak is. You're like, what? Barry who? You're like, who? Whatty? Never heard of it. Natalie, cooking some dinner. Oh, Natalie, oh, tell me about your dreams. Natalie, who did I beat up? You always tell me about your dreams. What am I cooking? I don't know. Who did I beat up in your dreams? Have you even made anything? Oh, Natalie, you're okay. Listen, I am a bachelor. I have to cook. Natalie, one of my first jobs, I was a cook. I worked at several different restaurants. When I was in the service, I was a cook. When I got out of the service, I was a cook. Before I went into the service, I was a cook. How I got here to the city I'm in is because I worked for a restaurant. So, Natalie's feeling some kind of way today, but we're just going to ignore that. Just going to ignore that. Have I even made anything? Yeah, see? That's what's wrong with the world today. I'm a bachelor. There's not two more people living here. I have to do everything. If it needs cleaned, I have to clean. If it needs cooked, I have to cook it. I can't eat out all the time. I have to do it. If it needs fixed, I have to fix it. Me. Just me. So, yeah, I cook. And tomorrow, wiseacre, tomorrow I'll probably cook some spaghetti. It all depends on how I feel, though. Yeah, either I do it or starve. Yeah, so I'll probably make some spaghetti. Ooh, look at that. Triceps trying to come out. Biceps, triceps, bicep. Try making fish. I have fish, actually. I just went and bought a salmon. Uh, I don't know. That's not a bad. I mean, any one of them. Those are my big dinners, though. Yeah. I have to schedule those dinners out because that fish dinner, I usually eat either fish and rice or fish and potatoes. I just bought some potatoes too. Fish, potatoes, maybe some carrots or some spinach or something. Broccoli, I got some broccoli. So it's not a bad deal because I still have some carrots. Cabbage, I don't have any cabbage, and cabbage takes a minute to make, especially if you're making cabbage with the meat in it. Cabbage takes a minute, but cabbage is so good. See, I don't really I don't stay over the stove too long. I kind of cook the stuff I know I can, get it within 15, 20 minutes, eat it, and you know what I'm saying, and be back up here in my comfort zone. What kind of fish was it? Cabbage. How did you make it? How did you make it? So your recipe? Yeah, slow cook it. See, that's why I don't make it. Because you have to slow cook it. I still have beans. I still have beans that's been sitting up in my closet, sitting up in my little cabinet, been sitting there for 2, 3 years because they take so long to cook if you're gonna cook them right. I think they're lentils. They just been sitting there in the bag. I mean, they're still in the bag, so they're still fresh. But I ain't cooked them. But one of these days I'm gonna have to cook them. But I'm gonna have to cook them with you know, I got some turkey legs. But the thing about the turkey legs is they're getting smaller and smaller. So's the vegetables. I made a video about I mean the fruits being smaller in one store. I went to another store, and the same fruit was like almost twice as big. Same fruit. It was pears. So yeah, that's why I don't cook cabbage because it takes so long to cook. Like I would have to start at like 7 o'clock because I usually eat in between 9 and 10, maybe a little later sometimes. It all depends on how hungry I am. But yeah. Yeah, get that money. Slow cooking. Sometimes I just throw stuff in the oven and just let that, like sometimes I'll just throw a whole, just cut it open, wash it off, put my seasoning on it, throw it in a big old baking pan, throw some throw the whole potatoes in there, one, two, three, big old potatoes, take my, broccoli, rinse it off, boom, throw the broccoli in there, cover it up, after I put some water and some oil, some virgin oil in there, and seasoning, Mrs. Dash, boom, put it on 350, put that joke in there, and just let it sit there for 40 minutes, 45 minutes. That fish come out so damn good. Come out so damn good. Potatoes be right. I should make a filling meal. Nah, I won't. Tomorrow I might make a fulfilling meal. But then again, I just bought some already cooked chicken, so I'll be nibbling on that. I think I ate up all my sandwich stuff. So yeah, I haven't I usually eat heavy when I need to. So I really watch the way I eat because, my finances. No, it's not a problem for me. I have to do it. So if I decided to eat like 3 meals a day type of thing, big meals, like I could eat. Like I could really eat. Uh it would cost me somewhere around $150 a week. And that's on the low end. That means I would have to sell a refrigerator every week in order to keep up. And at one time, I was doing that, but I'd come home so tired, I'd have to buy the food. Yeah, I'd have to buy it because I was so exhausted. I was so exhausted. I was doing like, plus I was delivering the fridge too, and that was just killing me. So I was doing like one, two, three refrigerators a week. That's including delivery and removal. And I was doing them by myself. Some of these refrigerators are 300 pounds. I was doing them by myself. Now, sometimes I had help, but the majority of the time, I wouldn't get help until I got to the door. And then sometimes I was just on my own. You know what I mean? So I needed a hand getting those refrigerators into the door. So I would have the customer just push from the bottom. And sometimes they wouldn't even help me. It would just be me getting that big old. So it would just wear me out. It just wear me out. I'd be like, I'd come home and I would just, once I made it upstairs, that was it. I wouldn't move from there. But the problem is, I didn't replenish my strength at night, so I'd wake up really extra tired. And the next day, I would try to rejuvenate, but then, I would get, bing, bing on my Facebook, which means somebody is ordering another fridge, and then boom, I got to go out again. And it all depends on where it's at and what's the situation, how many stairs I got to go up or down. It just, what I'm saying, it just wore me out. It was good money, but it was just so tiring. So tiring. I've had two fridges fall on me. It's not really for one person to do, but it's the hustle. It's a mad, mad, mad hustle. So it's good hustle too, real good hustle. Wait, what? Yeah, fridges are a good hustle. Yeah, right in front of a customer. Hell, I fell last week. Wasn't from a fridge though. Yeah, right in front of a customer and a woman too. Her and her kid. It's happened like 2 years ago. Maybe, yeah. A couple winters ago. She wanted this one particular fridge because the one I sold her wasn't working right. So, I didn't disappoint. I said, look, I got another one for you. She's like, yeah, bring that one because this one ain't, it ain't doing what it's supposed to. I'm like, all right. So I bring a bigger one and she didn't help me get it in the door. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes I'm by myself. So I had the fridge on the dolly and I'm yanking it up the stairs, but it was in the middle of winter. So the floor was wet. And because, outside was snowing and stuff, and I yanked on it too hard, both my feet came right out from under me, and the fridge came right down on the dolly, and I'm laying down, bang, flat on my back, bam. And I looked at it, I looked at her and she said, "You okay?" I said, "Yeah, are you okay?" And then I got up. She didn't help me get up or nothing. I'm saying, but that's the problem when there's one person handling, 200-pound or something fridge. You're really not supposed to. It's a two-man job. It's not supposed to be that. And this is why I'm not as active because I'm in pain and it hurts to do that. But the money, I got that fridge. The fridge I gave her, I got for free. I got that fridge off of a customer that bought a nicer fridge from me. And then she got rid of that fridge. She was like, "Take this fridge." And I was like, "Bet." I was like, "What's wrong with it?" She's like, "Nothing." So once I see nothing was wrong with it, all I had to do was clean it up and then post it. And, boom, a customer's like, "I'll take it for $200. Anything wrong with it?" No, it just doesn't look good. They're like, "Fine, I'll take it." Boom. $200 fridge, plus delivery, $50. They don't have to come get it. Yeah, so. But I'm trying to get out of that life now. I got 2 refrigerators. Answer. Well, that's nice right there. Ooh. Ooh. Well, that's nice right there. What's your question? Natalie, you're an intelligent person. Why? What do you mean pride and ego? Pride, the difference between pride and ego? Well, pride is temporary. Pride is pride is usually something that comes and goes. It fluctuates. Usually. So there's an outside source that fuels you to be proud about something. Like my son hit a home run. I'm proud of him. You know, I'm proud of my boy. Hit a home run. However, if we show up every game thinking that he's going to hit a home run, that is our ego. We're egotistical. It's almost the same, but one is kind of built into me. Ooh, that hurts. Cut my hair today. Yeah, one is kind of, it's haughty. One is kind of, you have an ego. That's something that, to me, it's just built into your personality. Pride, something has to, I don't know. That's just the way I look at it. They could both be close. They could both be synonymous, but yeah. Kind of way I look at it. Like, I've been proud before, but I don't have an ego. I'm not somebody who is known to be egotistical. But I've been proud of something I've done. You know what I mean? But I don't walk around like, Ric Flair. Woo! I don't walk around like that. Now that dude, Ric Flair, is the very embodiment of an ego. You want to know what an ego looks like? Look up Ric Flair 25 years ago. That is an ego. And we loved it. Woo! Yeah, we love Ric Flair. He's still like that. Yeah. I guess that's as close as I can come to explaining it. I lost my baby. I want to hear what this sounds like with her. Why you ask though? Nah, I've been dealing with this car stuff, man. So I've been really concentrating on pennies because I've been ready to beat this dude up. I've been in fight mode. My mind is really, not on treasure hunting. I'm ready to connect with this dude, man. I'm hot. I'm very hot. I've reached the end of my tether with this dude. He's got to catch these hands. He's got to. He knows it too. But this dude knows he's pissed me off. Finally, he's finally got me to the point where I'm ready to beat it, to beat the hell out of him. So much that he doesn't even drive his car to work. His girlfriend takes him to work. He won't drive his car to work. This woman, he ain't moved that car in weeks. He knows why. I know why he's doing it. He has pushed me to the limit. He stole something from me. He's pushed me to the limit, and I want it back. And he knows he got to see me. Nah, you got to see me, homie. He called the police on me. And I told him, and the police said he doesn't want problem. I was like, he got problems. He stole something from me. He got problems. He got big problems. I showed the cops what he did. Cops said, if you can't prove it, there's nothing we can do. But I said, that's fine. All I wanted to know is, can I have it back? But he stole it from me and I want it. He got to see me, homie. We're not doing this. You got to come. You got to see me. So I haven't been really concentrating on that. My mind ain't really been there. Not to mention, I've been really, thinking about, I've been really trying to find an extra little something else to get some income, because my, like I said, my fridges aren't selling. Well, that's not true. I just sold. No, I didn't. Yeah. The thing that's been holding me up is washers and dryers. Refrigerators ain't been going out the door, but washers and dryers have. And they're not nearly as much as a fridge, but they're easier to deliver. Plus, when you get the old ones, you can take them and fix them, which cuts into your cost. But, I need to, I got two that need to be fixed, but they both need the same part. That part would cost me $70 plus tax to get a hold of. I know exactly what it is. So I'm waiting for somebody to order the washer. And I have one in my basement that I just need to put a handle on. I have a dryer down there, so it works fine. I'm just going to put a handle on it, and I'm going to post that. And I just got a dryer from a guy. I got a gas dryer. I just posted that. That stuff moves. Washers and dryers move. You could sell a set. You could sell a washer for $200 and a dryer for $150 plus delivery. That's like what, $390? That's good right there. Now, if I could do that once a week, I'd be okay. If I could flip a washer and dryer for $400 a week, and that's one job. That's just one job. That's one delivery. Washer, dryer, boom. $390. Take their old one, if they have an old one. Fix it, washer, dryer, boom. $390. People pay for that. Give them a warranty. So, yeah. But that's where I'm at. But things are slow. Things are slow, Nat. So what happened? What's the dream skedaddle? What's up with the dreams? You ain't. What's up? What's the dream skedaddle? I know you done had another dream about me. What's up? What did I do this time? Was I kicking ass and taking names? Did we beat somebody up? Did me and you go out like Batman and Catwoman, Bruce Wayne and Selena Kyle? Was we out there kicking the Joker's ass? Joker and Harley Quinn? Whose ass we kick, baby? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Whose ass we kick? What you got? Tell me who's... Come on, baby. Tell me who we beat down. We beat somebody down, didn't we? nobody down. We ain't hit nobody with a Dugan. The dream was kind of weird. Oh, what happened? Yeah, we got a weird one. What happened? We ain't hit nobody with the eclectic Dugan. What happened in the dream was a weird one. What happened? What happened to my baby? Yeah. Eclectic Dugan. She said, well, nah, I was for 2 years and just merely plant-based. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You was what for 2 years? Eclectic Dugan. Come on, Nat. Who do we beat up? Hadouken! You win. Tell me I knocked somebody out. It was that type of dream. See? Oh, it wasn't? All right. So was it? So don't tell me there was a woman in it that was mad at me. It's either where I'm fighting or there's a woman that's mad at me. What happened this time? What chick was mad at me, Nat? You know what, Nat? You always seem to be in the middle of it. Like you're my, what are you, my mediator? I'm surrounded by women who don't like me, and I got to call on you to whoop some ass. She wasn't mad? Oh my goodness. I need to hear about this one. What happened to my baby? She don't love me no more. And you come with no Forrest Gump IQ with Nah, she was dreaming. Natalie, please explain what are you talking about? Hardaway, explain what you're talking about. Nat was dreaming about Plies. Why? Why is Natalie dreaming about Plies? You mean to tell me the president? You mean to tell me Plies is something else? You know, Plies is like a political dude, man. He be following that stuff. Or Young Thug. Young Thug's still in jail. People talking about free Young Thug because he's in there rapping about God. When has Young Thug ever rapped about God? He's in jail. He's in a room the size of a bathroom. Young Thug is in a prison the size of a bathroom. He is. Look at the prison cell Young Thug is in when he's recording himself rapping as if somebody gives a damn. It is the size of a bathroom. It's very tight where he's at. That dude is like, I need to get out of here. This dude is rapping about God. hey, that dude Gunna. Listen, that dude Gunna said, hey, it's either me or you, and you know who I choose. That dude is like, shoot, I'm on the moon now. That dude Gunna got up out of that situation. He's like, nah, you got to let me up out of what? I don't know what. He did it. He's a ringleader. They flipped Gunna so quick. Now this dude done dropped the whole album trying to explain it away. You know how much trouble that dude is in? Let me tell you something. When Young Thug went in jail, people were calling the district attorney and the prosecutor, and they were threatening her. They were like, you don't let him out, you're going to have problems. They were calling in, a bunch of people calling in, threatening this woman like, we going to have that ass if you don't let Jeffrey out of jail. Atlanta is no joke. It is nothing to play with. Nothing. I told y'all I lived there when the sheriff was killed by the deputy sheriff. The deputy sheriff had somebody waiting outside of the sheriff's house because they were both running for office. And what he did was he told his homie, he told one of his hitters, listen, this is 15, 20 years ago. He told one of his hitters to go to that man's house, wait till he comes home. And that's exactly what old boy did. He waited till he come home. He jumped out the bushes and he shot the sheriff at point blank range. And it was in the news. And when they asked the chick who was telling, the chick who told on him, he was sleeping with her, but he was married to somebody else. And they asked her, they said, how do you know? He said, because he said he was going to shoot him. And she had her arm out like this in a gun pose like this. And that was plastered all over the front of the paper. Her with her hand like this. His mistress, who he was working with in the office. She was the secretary. She flipped on him and was like, he did it. But I'm trying to tell you, it is at that level, anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. You be on your way home thinking you all good and safe. The sheriff got hit before he got to his front door. And all of these people are black. Atlanta is no joke. The story I just told you is suspect. Shootout at the barbershop is what got him. Hold on, who are we talking about? They found the girl, Tone. And Matt, you mean the girl that was lost for a couple days on the highway? Nope, the missing girl. The one that was lost on the highway, who got out the car because it was a baby? One from Alabama? Yeah, they found her. No, actually, I think she showed up. She just showed up. I don't think she was found. I think she just turned up. Now they're trying to figure out who snatched her. No, but you know what it sounds like? Remember that girl from New York? Everybody was all looking for her, and she was like a teen. She's like 17, and they said she was snatched and all this. Turned to find out that this little girl did it herself. The whole story was a hoax. Yeah, I didn't know what story she was talking about. Yeah, something's not right. Because listen, if yeah, I'm with her too. I'm with her on that 100%. This woman, she wasn't found. She showed up. Now, remember the 11-year-old girl recent probably about 4 months ago, the 11, because I talked about it. People ain't like that I talked about it because she's 11-year-old girl. It's just like, no male can talk about a girl running away. It's just like, wait, what? Anyways, so the little girl ran away. She was being contacted by two grown men. And they were like, okay, we're going to meet you and we're going to get you right out of, from your house. The little girl, left the house. They picked her up, took her somewhere, and then the news got a hold of it because the mother and I think the auntie started making a big deal out of it, which they should have. And old girl, she gets dropped off not too far from her house and just comes home with her bag in her hand like it's nothing. They were like, what happened to you? They thought she got snatched. No, that little 11-year-old girl willingly went with those two men. Listen, the same two men that picked her up is the same two men that dropped her off. There were two grown men, fully grown males. They were driving. They picked her up. Boom. They didn't snatch that girl. Now, what they did was illegal. I mean, it's illegal as hell. But they didn't, they made it seem like she was walking down the street and she got snatched. No, she was talking to these two men and she planned the whole thing. She had a bag with her. She was like, this is my to-go bag. She packed her bags. She's like, I'm running away with two grown men who I don't know. And she waited. She planned out the whole thing. Boom. Ran out the house, jumped in the car. The two men, they took off. They had her for 2 days. And then they bring her back because of the news. Remember the other girl who was a college student? She was missing. And the police and the news were all over it. The dude who had her showed up in front of the police department. An old girl was in the back seat with her face covered. She wouldn't even get out. But the police came to the door and dude was sitting right in the car like this. Some Latino. He was sitting there like, he was on the phone. And they talked to old girl. They said, listen, do you want to come with us? And the old girl was like, no, but she never uncovered her face. That dude took off with that same girl. She knew better. She's a college student, little blackie, little dark-skinned girl. She knew better. If she would have said yes, guarantee her family members would have shown up in floating down a river. I guarantee you. That's why she said, no, I'm just fine. And the cops said, because they were the people that were around, they were like, there she is right there. Why can't we get her out the car? And the police said, we can't do anything if this woman said, she's a woman. She's not a teenager. She's a grown woman. If she says that she doesn't want to get out and she says she's okay, there's nothing we can do. That dude pulled right off with that girl. Boom. Took her right across the border. That's what he did. He snatched that girl. And they took all of her money because she had money on Cash App. They took all of her money. They took her phone. She had no way of contacting anybody anymore. And then people were like, okay, she's not at class. She's not at home. Then they made this big whoop-de-doo, and the old boy just showed up with her right in front of the police and just sat there and ain't saying nothing. They didn't pull him out the car and do all this stuff they usually do to us. They just looked at him. They looked at old girl. They asked her a question. She was like, no. And she was folded up in the back seat with her coat over her face. She didn't want to show her face. If she would have got out that car, her family would have been in big trouble. The cartel got to her. She is somewhere making somebody money right now. And listen, I highly doubt if she'll ever come home. I highly doubt it. And that's a shame. I mean, I hope, the angels of the Lord go and get her back. But if that girl leaves out of their presence, they are going to do something to their family. Yeah. That's why she couldn't get out the car. So when I'm looking at, this girl, and I haven't looked all into the case, but you were on the side of a road, you saw a child. Listen, I think the girl got trafficked. I think she got trafficked, and I think when it hit the news, see, here's the thing about black women. Little black girls used to get snatched up who used to walk to the candy store. The parents would send them to the candy store. The girls would never be seen again. But you know what would be seen? Their shoes. Their shoes would be seen on the side of the road. And whenever you saw that little girl's shoes, you knew she was dead. This happened repeatedly in the same town. It was in a southern town. Turns out that it was cops doing it. Parents would send their little girl to the store, little 11, 12-year-old, 9-year-old girl. You know how we are when we're kids. The candy store is right down the street. Cop would pull up and be like, hey, come here. You going to tell the cop no? No, the cop, you trust the cops. Cop put her in the back of the seat, drive her up in the hills, kill the girl, take her shoes, put shoes on the side of the road, and tease black people. Be like, yeah, I killed her. What are you going to do about it? Well, eventually the cops got caught. But but they were only blamed for so many cases. There was still a bunch of cases that they weren't even blamed for. See, the thing about black women is most people, especially when it comes to organizations for legal organization, the police, FBI, blah blah blah. They usually don't. I mean, it's like, okay, she's missing. They don't go as hard for, black women as they do for, Caucasian women. It's just the truth. It's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Look at Shanquella Robinson. None of her killers are in jail, and her death was on the damn video. None of her killers are in jail. None of them. And they should all be in there. The Cabo Six should all be locked up. None of them are in jail. So what's going to happen with tourism in Mexico? It's going to go down. They're going to feel the squeeze from that because people are going to be afraid to go to Cabo. But it just says something to black people. Look what happened to that couple that the brother and sister who and they had a friend with them. They went to Mexico, and look what happened. Look what happened to them. They killed two of them. It was a brother, a sister, and two men. They chased them down because they thought they were somebody it wasn't. They pulled them out the car. The girl was pregnant, and these people are like 40 years old. The two men that got out the car in the back, they killed them immediately. They shot the brother also. He survived. And then they tried to make the brother and the sister have sex. She said, for one, I'm pregnant. And for two, that's my brother. So they, even when they realized they're not who they thought they were, they didn't care. And then when they found out who did it, they found out what gang members that did it. The criminal organization went and got a hold of them and had all of them tied up and was at the border. It was like, these are the 5 dudes who did this because they killed 2 black people. But when it comes to black females, organizations don't go so hard. So what do they think? They're like, you're easy pickings. Black females are easy pickings because they don't think that somebody's gonna raise hell. But what has been happening recently, especially in my state, there's been a lot of black kids that are missing. These are high school kids, male and females. They're missing. They're gone. Well, now social media has been ablaze because of it. Shanquilla Robinson, people are just like, we're not having it. Everybody's got their. I mean, the Shanika chick, her too, the one in freaking Chicago, the girl who walked into a freezer because she was out of her mind because somebody drugged her ass. Social media was all ablaze on that. I'm just trying to tell you, it's different now. So now the people who are taking these people are looking at it and going, okay, well, they're getting the FBI involved. They're searching for these black women now because it's happening so much that these people are like banging on the FBI's door, and local law enforcement like, do something. Look at Alabama. Look at the 5 dudes who killed that black kid recently. They killed that young man. They cut his head off. That just happened recently. And they tried to do the same thing to another guy, and he got away with it. And he was like, these are the guys who did this to me. And the one guy got his head cut off. He told his family, he said, listen, if something happens to me, these guys did it because they've been chasing me and I'm not sure what's going on. Sure enough, they got a hold of him. They dragged him, took him to a tree, hung him, and then cut his head off. And the police said it looked like an animal killed him. End of story. What happened after that? Social media, freaking TikTok, was like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're not going to end the story this, buddy. So they start raising hell. And when they did, who got involved? The freaking FBI. And once the FBI got involved, then all these people on TikTok, especially who live around there, these people started talking. They start putting 2 and 2 together. Now we have all 5 people who did it. Now, are they in jail? I don't think so. But now we're starting to put all these pieces together, but the police force was just like, an animal got to him. What animal cuts a man's head off? What animal does that? None. There's been a lot of missing people in Alabama. So I'm just saying, the criminal organizations, especially when it comes to, people who are across the border, they don't look at black people and go, oh, you're a very valued person. They look at you and go, America doesn't care about you. America doesn't care about your teenage girls, your teenage boys. We're going to take you. We're going to, we're going to do what we want with you, and then we're going to throw you away. And you're never going to be found again. Well, black people are just like, well, there is such thing called Twitter. There's such thing called TikTok. There's Facebook. We're going to plaster these kids, these women, these men. We're going to plaster their story all over the place. And eventually somebody's going to start talking it, and they're going to be like, you're the one who did it. I don't know if you guys know the stories that's going on in Mexico, but the Mexican military is involved with, stopping a lot of the craziness that's going on over there. And they recently incarcerated like 40,000 people, all men. They just went into people's home, grabbed the men, even the people who didn't do anything. They grabbed them, boom, and sentenced them. It's on video. Sentence. What did he do? We don't know. He's guilty. Boom, 6 years. That's going on right now. And because they're doing that, the crime has been coming down. I mean, it is a war zone over there. So like we always hope these people come back, but the situation that girl's in, the one who had the coat over her face in the back seat of the car, That girl is, that girl, she's in trouble. That girl's in trouble. That girl's in big trouble. And it's gonna take an act of God for her to come home alive. She's in big trouble. I felt sorry for her because they took her ID. They know where she lives. They know her family. They know everything. There's nothing nobody can do. But nobody's getting away with nothing. Trust me, everybody's gonna get their day. But all you can do is hope they come home. But this other girl, I don't know who her name is, that was on the side of the highway. It said she listen, her story sounds so fishy. Either she made up the whole damn story talking about there was a baby. There was a baby on the side of the highway. So now, look, this is what's going to happen because there's TV cameras everywhere. There was a baby on the side of the highway. Was there another vehicle? No. There wasn't another vehicle. The girl got out of her vehicle, went, got the baby, boom, disappeared. Too many holes in this story. But this is as far as I know. Boom, she disappeared for 2 days and then she comes back. This looks like, if we're going to believe her story, she saw something on the side of the road, which was probably a trap. If it was a child, it's definitely a trap. I don't think there's a lost child on the highway. A baby? No. But somebody probably put this kid there. The kid probably knew what was going on. Somebody comes out, snatches it up. It's a woman by herself, nobody else there. Somebody pulls up. Oh, that's my child. I'm so sorry. People get out the car. Boom. Hold a gun to her. Get in the car. Shut up. Give me the kid. Kid doesn't say a damn word because the kid knows what time it is. And listen, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you something. When I was in England, when I was in England and in France, but when I was in England, activity going on. We went from England to France, right? We took a train. Went into France. When we came out, you exchange your money, and as soon as you walk out, you're going to see a little boy who's going to rub his stomach. He's going to be speaking in his own language. He's going to have his hand out. He wants you to give him money. You're thinking, who's this child? Who's this child? The kid's got to be maybe 10 or 11 years old. And you're like, wait a minute, this kid whose kid is this? And you're looking around, you have no idea whose kid it is. If you look a little further, you're going to see a man playing a guitar. That's his father. But he lets you believe that this kid is by himself and he's hungry. That kid is not hungry. If you look a little further, you'll see his mother. She's flipping something. She's selling something. The father's playing music, and they're all watching the kid. If you go into McDonald's, you'll see the daughter walking around with a baby, and you think the baby's a baby doll because it's not crying, not doing that goo-goo gagging, nothing. She's holding the baby, and she walks up to people who are sitting down already and goes and speaks in her own language. She doesn't even speak English. She's not speaking French. She's going blah, 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 blah. Because if she speaks to you in French, you're going to understand what she's saying. She doesn't want you to understand what she's saying. She wants you to feel sorry for her, to make it feel like, I just got to this country. I just fled a war-torn country. I don't even have a passport. We're fresh off the boat. We don't speak the language. Feel sorry for me, and my baby is hungry. And she points at the baby, and she puts her hand out again, and she wants you to give her money or the food that you're eating. Well, she walked up to these two African girls and she asked them, and the African girls said no. African women, excuse me. The next table was another African woman with a baby younger than the one that this girl had. And she was feeding her baby fries, and the woman walked up to her and said whatever she said, pointing at her baby. And the woman answered her in English and said, this food is for my baby. I got to feed my child. And the woman did the same thing again. And the two African girls who saw their African sister being harassed by this, Middle Easterner, threw paper at her and hit her in the head. The lady didn't get the message. She put her hand out again. Those two girls jumped up, went and started slapping this girl in the back of her head. Bow, bow, bow. Nobody else did a damn thing. They were knocking the hell out of this woman. And they beat her until she left the store. She left the McDonald's. They beat the hell out this. They walked her ass out. Boom. She came right back in, went right back down, went right downstairs and did the same thing. And when you get on the train, you're going to see the same looking woman, same age, the same scenario with the baby doing the same thing. It's a whole syndicate of gypsies. So you can't tell me that a toddler on the side of the road isn't in on it. Because I've seen it with my own eyes. It's a good chance that kid, I'm just saying this is just one possibility. It's a good chance that kid that was on the side of the road, if there was a child, that kid's in on it. It's a whole setup to snatch you, take you to wherever, sell you for SEX for 48 hours and then let you go. And they'll make a mint off of you. And they try to get Tisha Campbell. They try to get her in Atlanta and throw her in the back of a wagon. You have no idea how much you're worth. There's this one girl that said, listen, I got trafficked, young girl, pretty too. She said, they didn't even feed me. The guy took me to a hotel, told me to pretty much shut up. And when men came in there, they did what they had to do and they ran through that girl. She said it was like 20, 28 people a day. One girl said the same thing, a little black girl, these both black girls, but this one little black girl, she was 14. She was coming home from school and a dude said, hey, do you need a ride? She was like, yeah. She jumped in the car with her. He took her somewhere, told her to shut her mouth and get undressed. And that's exactly what she did. She said 30 men a day was knocking her ass off. And then after he let her go, she got arrested for prostitution. The little girl got arrested for prostitution. And she's the victim. She's sitting up there, 14 years old, just had 100 or so men do whatever to her. She knows none of them showed her any love. The only thing they didn't do was beat her up. The guy who did this to her made a mint off of her, paid her absolutely nothing, and then let her go. This is why they come and do this to these black women, white women too, but this is why they do it, because they don't think that somebody's going to raise enough hell. And then the system turns around and then blames the girl who had it done to her. This is a child. These stories are going on every day. And it's by the millions. There are kids that are unregistered. There are people that are, if you look at India, listen, if you look at India, this is a way of life in India. There's some parts of India where the women run the household because they're the only breadwinners, because it's a class system. They're like, my mom's a prostitute, my aunt's a prostitute, I'm a prostitute. I'm going to do this and then I'm going to go to college. That's how they make money. This is happening all over the planet. But those women know what the deal is. But these people now, they're just getting snatched off the street. That's because you let 4 million Hispanics into the country. You just let them walk right in the country. You have no idea who they are. This was going on before them, but now it's really terrible. And they knew what they were doing. The president knew. He knew about these people. He knew. He was like, hey, you can come in the country and you can have them. We don't care. We don't care. Go ahead. Do what you want with them. And this is why the police, they say stupid stuff like, you'll be okay. It looks like an animal bit his head off. And she's all right. You know what? She's the criminal because she got caught and 30 men a day had their way with her for a week. The other girl said they didn't even feed me. She said I had to go reach into the garbage and eat whatever was in the garbage. And they kept me locked in the room. And then men would come in there and, bang her out and then get up, leave. Another man come in there. And they just was in and that's what it is. And this guy would make, depends on what age. Listen, it's so bad that it's on some of these shopping sites where you shop online. That's what they're doing. They're not shopping for clothing. They're shopping for, when they say like the size of the shoe and, this is a size 13, blah, blah, blah. They're not talking about shoes. They're talking about children. It's online. There's this whole, some TikToker, proved that they're actually talking about kids. Then they show, where to meet up at, and then boom, you'll just have men in droves. Well, hell, listen, if you look at soft white underbelly, you can, you look at, this one chick, she was, 16? She said, my sister's 13 and she wanted to be a prostitute too. Both her and her sister were slinging. She's slinging at 16. Her sister was slinging at 13. And the cops know. Hell, now it's legal. And the cops know. You don't know how bad it is. It is really bad. And the cops know. Hell, the one girl in New York, she was 16. She was like, all these police officers were sleeping with me. She was like, they were all having sex with me. And I wasn't even 16 yet. She's like, the cops were doing it. They were all coming over. Once one of them heard about it, another one would come, another one. They were all police officers. They interviewed her on the street once the story broke. Somebody interviewed her. She was like, the cops were screwing the teenage girl. One teenage girl. The precinct was running up into this kid. And then she turned around and started telling on him. He's like, yeah, the police did it. I think it was she was selling. That girl was selling, but she was still underage. She's like, yeah, I wanted to, do this, but I was underage. They didn't force her into it, but she was underage. But the girl, I said that her sister, she's 13 and her sister's 16. They both wanted to do that. They wanted to do that. There's a whole group of, girls that do this. There's I was looking at TikTok, and it's in the these girls were dancing, these high school girls, they were dancing. Clearly high school girls, black girls too. Oh yeah, yeah. You'd be surprised. They're high school girls. They were dancing, and in the caption it says, and then this guy came, like, this teacher, he's like maybe 30 something, good looking guy, and he was doing a little dance too. And they said, there goes the teacher that sleeps with all the girls. And then the same TikTok, it showed the girls again. They said all the girls are mad because the teacher who was sleeping with all of them got fired. The teacher, they said, there's the teacher, showed his face, him smiling, doing all this. There's the teacher that's sleeping with all the girls. The next clip, all the girls are upset because the teacher got fired. He was knocking off all these high school girls who were willingly coming to him to have sex with him. And then when he got fired and in trouble because it's illegal, all the little girls got upset. It's like it's illegal as hell. Not to mention, one of you told. But the whole school knew. Just like that white teacher that got caught. She was picking little white boys to, knock off. And it was a running joke. Like, who's gonna sleep with Mrs. So-and-so? She got 30 years for that. She got 30 freaking years. She was a predator. She was every sense of the word. She would bang one out for a year and then she'd be like, we're finished. He'd be like, wait, what? He'd be like, I'm still trying to. She's like, no, I'm done. Then she would move on to another high school and she was married. She's like, no, we're finished. She was like the math teacher or something. You had one teacher, she's like in her 40s. She was a teacher for a mostly black school. So she would let her black students run trains on her. Until one of the white kids found out about it. And the white kid went to her and was like, I want some of that. And she said, absolutely not. Only for the black kids. Mind you, she's white. That kid said, okay, went and told on her ass. Busted. Guess how long jail sentence she got? None. She's not in jail at all. Went and got one of the female high-powered lawyers. That was it. She is doing no prison time. And they were running trains on this girl. She was like, do whatever you want to me. I'm telling you, a lot of times you think that the female is getting taken advantage of, and it is the complete opposite. Now, there are some females in some of these stories that are definitely getting taken advantage of. They don't want nothing to do with this life. But because you think it's a female and she's young, you're just like, oh, well, she doesn't know what she's doing. You would be fooling yourself. They know exactly what you're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Not to mention, in a lot of these cases, these young females are not going after older men. They're going after kids their age. They're just running the streets with kids their age. I know some of these girls are just running the street because they be missing all the time. One lady, I went like, where's your kid at? She's like, I have no idea. She was running the streets with kids her age. Eventually, the cops caught her. I mean, where I live, there's a whole neighborhood full of kids. And they're always running in packs because that's what kids do. So when kids get in trouble, it's usually with kids their age. It's just that some of these stories are the extreme because sometimes, they'll run into adults and then, adults will do whatever. And sometimes they want to run into adults, but that's the danger of running the streets Because you're going to run into somebody who he has no love for you, or she. You're finding out that a lot of these people who are in the game like this, they're women. They just they had one girl who was one lady who was an organ trafficker. She's an organ trafficker. It was like this woman had no love whatsoever for her victims. And she's a female trapping females to cut them up. If you go to Afghanistan or look at the Afghanistan story, the men, the majority of the men over there, the soldiers, they have only one kidney. Why? Because they cut the other one out to sell it on the black market because they're poor. Their economy collapsed. So they're just like, we need money. You got an extra kidney? You only need one. Boom. You'll find most of them, they'll lift up their shirt. There'll be a big hole here. There'll be a big scar there. They went and sold a kidney. It was like, take it. I'm trying to tell you, it's big. It is huge. This is a huge, huge, huge deal. Now you feel sorry because these little girls are getting knocked off by these grown men, and that's a damn crime, 100%. But you got to understand this. This is a crime that everybody in the world knows about, and they're benefiting from it. You will never stop this. Never. I don't care how much you cry about it. You can pray about it forever. It will not stop until Jesus comes back. And I'm not playing. You cannot stop it. It is so... Listen, there are red light districts in foreign countries. I've been to one. And I mean, there's, women 18 and up. But it's part of the economy. There are 15,000 people, Africans, who are working in on the hills trying to dig up cobalt just to make your computer run. They make like $1 a day. Goodyear, which is one of our companies, has literal slaves working for them, making $1 a day. Father and son digging in the mud, highly dangerous, no insurance. That's going on right now. There are over 100,000 slaves in the world. Slaves, indentured servants. The largest slum is in India. That's because they're a class society. So some people can't even get ahead. Like, this thing is huge. So what do? They sell the female. Well, the female sells herself. There are 70 million single women in India alone. They'll never marry. No matter what class. So what do these women do? They can't afford to go to college. They sell their bodies. And the truck drivers and the workers will come and, give them whatever for sex. And that's what they do. One woman was saying, look, it's just me and my kid, but I'm older now, so I can't make that money, so I don't know what I'm going to do. There's no 401k for what these women are doing. Nobody cares. She's not going to go to an old folks' home. She's in trouble. You can't stop this. It's huge. In Asia, well, India is part of Asia, but in like China, in some of the backwoods and some of the foothills of some of these, way out back parts of, China, the majority of the village is men. And they're dirt poor. They save up their money. You know what they do with it? They buy a girl. You don't want to know what happens to that girl. Let's just say that she doesn't live too long after they get a hold of her. This is part of the economy that runs the planet. And it is a horrible situation, and there's no excuse for it. Not whatsoever. There's no excuse for it. But it has come to our doorstep, and it is looking us right in the face. And if you're not careful, you're gonna see some of these people. You're gonna see them face to face. Face to face. You had this one guy, I forgot, I think he was African, and he was trying to explain that no, he wasn't African. I forgot what nationality he's from, but he was saying basically, listen, if you don't give me the money and that like that's your wife or your sister, he says, I'm gonna put my knife to her neck. You give me money or I'm gonna kill her. What are you gonna do? You got warlords in the Congo pissed off at the major companies that come there and pollute their rivers and all that. So you know what they decided to do? They decided to attack these companies. That's what they do. Shell is crooked as hell. A lot of these oil companies they're crooked as hell. The waters that these men and women drink out of and fish out of is completely destroyed. Completely. The whole river completely destroyed because of these factories. So they decided to take revenge on them. They make $100,000 just robbing people. They'll get a hold of somebody important and they'll extort them. They'll say, we do this because they came to our country and they didn't give us anything. They don't want to pay us nothing. So fine, we're going to take it. Remember the whole Bring Back Our Girls campaign that Oprah had something to do with because of the school full of girls was taken? They didn't tell you that, the other part of that story, that, the other schools that they hit that had a bunch of boys in it, they locked the doors and set it on fire. But everybody was so, bring back our girls. These people burned up. They had children burned up. These boys are dead. Dead. Slaughtered. And some of the girls did come back. They were taken by Boko Haram. Some of them came back pregnant. They came back pregnant. Bring back our girls. Katie Couric. Yeah. You want me to stop talking about this subject, but you gotta understand, once you get me rolling on something like this, I have to bring up all these memories to tell you these stories that are happening. All of them are pretty recent. All the stories I told you are within what, 5-6 years, all the way up to. I mean, these are gruesome stories, but this is the reality. You know what I mean? It's the reality. And nobody's safe. Men, women, they're coming for all of us. Old men like myself. There's value in all of us. So don't think because you're a certain age that you're not being looked at. You definitely are. Hell, they just found out. They're just now finding out that there is more than one Epstein Island. Epstein Island is not an isolated case. most of these kids are not registered kids, meaning they have no birth certificates. The mother is unregistered, the father's unregistered. So they can do whatever they want to them because nobody will come looking for them. Nobody comes to look for them. Terrible stories. But they're all true. I know a woman who was in on some of that. She was in on it. And it was all her fault. She willingly was in on it. I was just listening to her story like, really? I was amazed. She's like, yeah. I'm like, wait a minute, how old were you? She said 17. Here's what's so crazy. I met her at a poetry, like doing poetry. I used to live right down the street from a poetry place. I said, wait, when did all this happen to you? She said, when you met me, this was happening to me. I was like, I met you down at she's like, yeah. I was like, how old were you? She's like 17. I was like, what? She was willingly in on it. Kid you not. Willingly. Beautiful too. Beautiful girl. I couldn't believe it. I was like, why? That's what she wanted to do. I'm a Dale, come to see out. Don't look any further. And it sounds like one of them beats. Come to see out. Don't look any further from the valley. Someone to count on. Here I am. What's that song? You got the name of that song. Oh. Don't look any further. Y'all know the song I'm talking about. I forgot what I did all right. The beat ain't bad. I did okay on this one. Well, I appreciate your honesty. Yeah. It's just okay. It's just all right. I like it though. Good night, Tone. Good night, Hardaway. Be chill. You be chill too. Yo, you didn't tell me about the dream. See how people do you? Wait, what? Because it's about me? You know what? You ain't got to tell me. It's about me. What do you mean? Why do I want to know? It's about me. Why? Why would I not want to know? I'm fascinated by your, you know, your constant, you know, your dreams. Like, why me? I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. But I don't understand how. Why are you dreaming about me? What did I do? Like, why me? Like, what? Like, it's a mystery to me. Like, what? You don't even like me. Why are you dreaming about me? I can see if you liked me. I can see if you was trying to get with me. You know what I'm saying? But you don't even like me like that. That's why it doesn't make sense. Usually, this kind of connection comes from, two people who are, into each other. They've probably been intimate before. You're not even interested in me, and this is weird. It's like, wait a minute, this woman has no. Why would you be dreaming about somebody who you have absolutely no interest in, who you've never touched? It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't. I understood the first time. Doesn't make sense to me. Why would you be dreaming about me? I mean, you can tell me one of these days. Or not. I'm not going to press the issue. I'm just intrigued. We've never seen each other face to face. It's just weird. Oh, okay. See, I wasn't fighting anybody. Were you in it? Were you watching yourself watching me do whatever I did? Were you like, hey, that's me right there. That's me, watching Tone, watching somebody else. What's Tone doing? He's terminating. Yeah, were you watching whatever I was doing? Fussing with somebody? Oh, I wasn't fighting this time. That's right. Was it a peaceful dream? In what way? The thing? Did the thing? What felt? What felt hot? The draws? The draws felt hot? An intimate setting. Oh, shoot. I might have to call you on this one. I didn't transfer your number. No, my neck. Yeah, well, my back. Okay. Well, your neck. Your you you wake up like this. Mm, 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 mm. You woke up like mm, 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 mm. And dang it, Tone did it again. Was it me and you? It was me and you, wasn't it? Yeah. Sitting in the tree. KISSING. Yeah. Mm-hmm. An intimate set. Oh, so you was watching me be intimate with someone. You a freak, Natalie. He was watching me be intimate with some young lady, telling her how beautiful her eyes were. You know, me and you could share some potato salad. We could go down to the kitchen and get a spoonful of that Southern style potato salad. Baby, Don't you be afraid of the potato salad, baby. Yeah. An intimate setting. Was I running around in my dungarees? Did I have on leotards? Did I have on a pair of Lululemons? Was I romantic? Did I have a rose in my mouth? Was I Cuban Pete? Was I Cuban Pete? They call me Cuban Pete. Was I Cuban Pete? Chick chicky boom, chick chicky boom. She jumped on me. What she have on? What she look like? Was she like 500 pounds? Because that's not sexy. She jumped on me. Was I laying down? She wasn't a fat girl? Oh my goodness. I saw this chick. I was standing up and she jumped on me. Oh, I must have caught her. That's happened before. I saw this chick at the gas station. Woo! Woo! I knew better not to say anything, and I didn't. Man, she was something else. She was something else. She was impressive. She's impressive. She is impressive. So what happened? I was standing up and some chick jumped on me. She wrapped her legs around me. Did I know this chick? I didn't. Wait a minute. Did we have clothes on? Was I doing the pornography? You was watching a porn and I was the star. Wait a minute. Was there music in the back sound like this? Okay. It wasn't that corny porn. Okay. We weren't naked, were we? Was she light skinned, dark skinned? Light skinned girls. I got a thing for dark skinned girls, but every now and then a light skinned girl, I do like looking at them. I'll be like, girl, I ain't gonna mess with you, but I do like the way you look, girl. But I ain't gonna message you because you're a headache. All right, so we wasn't doing the pornography. Yeah, man. All right, just call me and tell me what happened. Natalie. All night. Natalie, baby. Ooh. ooh. It's my bedtime. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to lay there and I'm going to scroll through YouTube, say a couple words of prayer, and then I'll fall asleep. That's my routine. I mean, you ain't got to tell me, but, I'm just curious. Some girl jumped on me, huh? Wrapped her legs around me. I hit her with the shoulder move. She wrapped her legs around me. Did she clench him in the back? Like, did she have him and locked him in? Did she lock with her legs locked in? When they wrapped around, did she do like this with her feet? And her arms were around my neck. And she was looking in my eyes. Did I spin her around? Like, wee. How was I holding her? Because this actually just happened to me recently. About a couple months ago. Woman I used to date saw me. She's like, Tone. She jumped right up in my arms. Wrapped her legs right around me. But here's what I didn't do. I didn't brace her by the ass. I braced her by her back. I could have easily just, hit her with the quick buns, bang, bang. But I didn't want to do that. She was like, Tone. Oh, Tone. You look so good. Was she singing to me? She jumped in my arms and sing to me. She's like, Tone. Was we singing the duet? No. No, we ain't hit a Yarborough and Peoples. Don't you stop it. Don't you stop. Don't stop the music. No singing. Just talking to me in a seductive way. That's cool too. Recently, I did meet a chick, but she was trying to fraud me. She's trying to move in with me. She's good looking, though. Good looking black woman. She wanted me to take care of her and her 2 kids, and I was like, no. Yeah, I said no. She's a good looking woman, though. Had a nice butt. Very nice butt. She thought that was going to get me, but I was like, nah. Just because you got a nice booty don't mean, just because you got a nice ass, that don't mean nothing to me. A nice ass, that could belong to anybody. It's not my ass. You ain't dedicating it to me. Nah, she just wanted to move in with me and have me pay all the bills and her do nothing, raise her kids and not give me any. I was like, you're not interested in me. I'm going to tell you something. As a guy my age, it isn't a bad deal to meet, somebody 27. She could still have more kids. It's not that terrible of an idea if that person wanted to be with you. But she clearly didn't want to be with me. And you're not just going to camp in my house and I can't have no buns. Oh, no, we don't do that here. You're not going to put me in a friend zone in my own house. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, she ain't want that. She just thought she'd, let me squeeze her butt every now and then and I'd be cool. And she can just, no, we not doing that. Nah, nah, you're not my woman. Now, if we had dated for a year or so and we made plans on that, that's different. That's different. You got two kids. If they're two good kids, like my neighbor had two really good kids. The baby was like 1, the daughter was like 7, and the baby was a boy. But you could tell he was a good kid. He was a good kid. And the little girl was a good, happy kid. I could work with that. Like, I could be like, you know what? I could work with this as long as they're good to me. No, no, she told me she wanted me to be the father to her children. I was like, "You're not." I told her, I said, "You don't want to be with me." I said, "Listen, if you move in here, you're going to be sleeping in my bed and I'm going to want to do what I want to do. And I don't think that's what you want." So the answer is no. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Like I said, if I was in a relationship with her and she fell on hard times, that's completely different. I told her, I said, your kids aren't going to listen to me. That kid's 6 years old. The other one's 3. They don't know me. What do you think they're just going to come in here and play with my equipment? No, I said, your kids are not going to listen to me. They're not. I'm going to be like, no, little whatever your name is from Ethiopia. Talk to her. You never know. Oh, I know. I know that I'm not doing it. She wasn't bad looking though. Like I said, the problem is for one, they're not my kids. For two, you lied to me. She just straight up lied to me to my face several times. I kept asking her questions and I knew she was lying. I was like, you're not coming in here. I know you're lying to me. You're lying to me and then you're looking away. I know what you're saying is a lie. Ain't no way I'm gonna take that. No, you can have that. That's the kind of chick that'll make you mad. That's the kind of chick that'll be plotting on you. She'll be plotting on you because she thinks you're stupid. She'll be playing you the whole time, talking to somebody else on the phone right in front of you, just playing your stupid ass. Yeah, she'll be plotting on you the whole time. Next thing you know, somebody will pull up at your door. You don't know. She'll be like, "Oh, it's my friend from I let him in while you were out delivering refrigerators. He's gonna be here. He just like who's that at my house? Oh, it's my friend. Why didn't you answer the phone for the last hour? Oh, my friend was here. What's her name? No, it's a he. He was no, get out. Like, what? You let who in my house? Get the out my house. Get out. When I get home, you better be gone. You and your 2 children. When I get there, you better be in the wind. You better be gone. And that's all I got to say. Because if I come in a house and there's somebody else in the house, I'm going to jail. I'm letting you know right now. If I get there and somebody else is there, they can kiss their ass goodbye. Get out. Yeah, take them too. They're not mine. I don't have nothing to do with them. They got a father. They have a father. Get out of my house. No. Now the lies killed me. I couldn't even help her because she was lying to me. So I didn't know what was the truth and what wasn't. That's really what killed it. It's the lies that got me. She could have just told me the truth. Listen, this is my situation. I've had women tell me the situation before, and I was like, this is what you do. Not even a week later, all figured out. Hell, my sisters have been in this situation. Homeless. I had to rescue my one sister twice. I had to drive hours to go and get her. She was homeless. Lost her place. They kicked her out. I was like, where are you? She's like, I'm in the basement of the apartment building. I'm like, I'm coming to get you. My other sister, she ain't had no money. She's like, I ain't got no money, blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, let's go on Craigslist. Went on Craigslist, looked under the city, looked under events, see all the events that's going on. Start sending out emails for brand ambassadors. Got a return. Boom. This company needs brand ambassadors in the city. This is when they need us. This is how long we'll be there. This is the dress code. Boom. We both showed up. We both made $700 in like a week. Both of us. I said, you'll get your check in a week. Can you hang on till then? She's like, yeah. Sure enough, that check came. Boom. I said, now you know how to do it. You just got to get there again. Sometimes you might have to take the bus. Got her up out the mix. Got that check. Boom. She's like, okay. That's how you do it. My other sister, I used to take her on promotions with me. She's like, I ain't got no money. I was like, I got you. So she came, lived with me, got her together. I was like, this is what I do. This is how I make money. I was like, you rolling? She's like, I'm rolling. So boom, that's how we start making money. I was like, we gonna be on the road. I was like, we gonna be on the road. She's like, let's go. Sure enough, we on the road. We on the road for hours. Out in the middle of whatever, going to colleges. Whatever contract I had, she had. So we just doubled up on the money. And that's how we rolled out. I did all the driving, so she ain't have to worry about it. We'd have to sleep in the truck. We you know what I'm saying? Grab a hotel room some nights. Sometimes you gotta sleep in the truck. But it's in the summer, so no, but I showed her the way I used to get down. Like, this is the life I live, Sometimes I'm not in a hotel. There's no help. It's cheaper for me what I would do is I would go to the hotel and I would just sleep in the parking lot. But I would have a blow up bed and I would have my computer. So I would get their free Wi-Fi and I would hit Walmart and I go to Walmart. Sometimes I sleep in Walmart parking lot, but it's a little noisy because of the trucks. So I would go into Walmart, buy myself some chicken or whatever I needed to buy. Boom. Come to my truck, go find a nearby hotel, pull right up in the hotel in the parking lot. Boom. Pull my seats down, blow my bed up with my automatic thing, blow the bed up. Shh. This is when my sister wasn't with me. Blow the bed up. Boom. Had with the little pillow too. Boom. Sit there, get my chicken on, eat, drink my whatever, and then boom, I'd be on the internet looking for the next job. Go to sleep, gotta be at work at 9. I already know where I'm going. Pop up 7:30, hit a McDonald's, wash up, get myself something to eat. Boom, 9 o'clock comes, I'm right on site. Handing out whatever, boom, do that for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. Boom. At $16 an hour. Hustling, go do the same thing. Hit Walmart, go back to the hotel, sleep in a hotel parking lot. and be knocked out. Nobody ever bothered me. Nobody bothered me. And be knocked out. Sound asleep. Nobody knew I was there. They thought I was, because my windows are tinted. So nobody knew I was there. Be knocked out. And then boom, get up the next day, do the same thing, do that for a week, and get your money. Yeah, I really live like that. I drive all over Ohio, Pittsburgh. I drove all the way to I picked a guy up in Indianapolis, and we drove all the way to Oklahoma City. And we couch surfed. So we just went on couchsurfing.com and said what we're going to be at. And people will say, I'll host you for a day. This is one white chick. She hosted us. And then she went to work. She just left us in the house. So we slept, me and the old dude slept in one room. She slept in the other room. And then she'd be like, you guys, I'm going to work. She'd just leave. She'd say, look, if you guys need to come back, she just let me know. You can come back and stay here. We had another lady. She had a house full of kids. She's like, I'll host you. We go out there and stay. She had a big old farmland. She hosted us. It was cool. And then a couple of nights we slept in the truck. A couple of nights we slept in the hotel. And while I was on that trip, the company I was working for said, look, you got a paycheck coming up. Where do you want us to send it? I said, well, I'm not at home. They said, look, you can send this paycheck anywhere. Just tell us what city you're in. We'll send it to the nearby post office. I was like, what? Shoot, they overnighted that joker there. Boom. I went to the post office, picked up my joint, took it to a check cashing place. Boom, $800 in my pocket cash. I was rolling. It was rolling. And it was all the way to Oklahoma City. We went from, they started here, it was called Texas on Tour. They started here and they said, we got, a couple other places we're going to hit. We're going to end up in Oklahoma City. I said, where's the next place you're going? They're like, Canton. I said, how many days? They were like, 5 days. I said, I'll roll. I'll be a brand ambassador. They said, okay, boom, we'll put you on the list. It was 12-hour days on your feet. Boom, rolled up there, did the Canton joint. Next one, Oklahoma City. Picked up old boy, we headed out. Yeah, that's the way I lived. I ain't doing none of that. Now, I still do promos every now and then. Hell, they still send me information. They still want me to come. Yeah, they're not going anywhere. There's a promo. They just sent me an email for a promo. Let's see. They just sent me one. Who was it? Who sent it to me? Here it goes. Red Peg. That's the same company I did this for all those years ago. They still send me stuff. This one is in San Diego, though. It's only for one day, for a couple hours. It's $30 an hour. Starts at 5, ends at 9, so it's for 4 hours. But Red Peg sends me some stuff. Let me look at some of the stuff they've sent me recently. I can't do because of my injuries. Especially if you drive a truck. Look, CDLB Tour Manager. Just look at this money. Just look at and once you in with them once and you don't mess up, you're in with them. Tour Manager. Title, Driver Tour Manager, late spring, starting date, late fall, end date, non-consecutive weeks, salary negotiable based off of experience. And they have all the things they want you to do. You must know about electronic, audio, mechanic, promotional experience on stage, lighting, prior experience, pass physical drug tests, outgoing, friendly, excellent to speak, and demonstrative. Must be available to work the entire program. Uh, but let me show you one. Let me show you a tour manager. Okay. Tour manager needed ASAP. This is already passed. It was for 04/5/11/5 non-consecutive weeks. Salary 1,750 to 1,850 based on experience. That's per week. That's not to mention the per diem for your phone, because they pay for your phone and your food. This is your base salary a week. $1,850 a week. It's your tour manager. If you're a tour manager with them once, just one time, especially if you could drive a CDL, they will always keep you working. And this is just one company. It's just one company. When I was doing this, oh yeah, the couch surfing is still available. Hell yeah, couch surfing. Couch surfing is the deal. We saved a whole lot of money couch surfing. Whole lot of money. We slept with these college kids. They let us stay there for what, 3 or 4 days. They were like, you can't stay here anymore, because they were doing something, but they just didn't want us there anymore. The guy who I was with was kind of rude because he would just wash his clothes and then go to bed and wouldn't talk to anybody. So I told him, I said, you got to cut that out. You can't just go to somebody's house and not talk to them. But that's what he would do. So finally, he would come out and talk to the people and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, you're being rude. You got to talk to folks. You know what I'm saying? You're in their house. You're a guest. But yeah, so couch surfing saved us a lot of money. A whole lot. Because you got to imagine, $60 a night for a hotel. That'll eat into your profits. We were there for 12 days. So I mean, you do the math. It's not to mention that I was driving a big old Chevy truck. So I was doing what, 16 miles to the gallon on the highway, 14 in the city. So some of these places were like in countryside, like the one lady who had a bunch of kids. We went out there twice, and I didn't want to go out there again because of gas. I was like, this lady lives kind of in the country. So we had to pick somewhere close. And when I couldn't find anything, I said, I'm just going to sleep in the truck. And, I think he slept somewhere else that night, but I slept in the truck. Or I called up one of the other people to couch surf with. But yeah, as soon as you go on couchsurfing.com and you tell people, hey, I'm in this city, I need a place to stay, they're going to say, how long are you here for? How many people are there? They're going to ask you the specifics. And then they're going to look at your profile. They want to know all your information that's available, but they're really looking to see if anybody else dinged you. That's what they're looking to see. It's like a Yelp report. They're going to go down. They're going to see, somebody dinged them. Nope, you can't stay with us. But if nobody dinged you and everybody wrote something good about you, then they're going to be like, yeah, you can come stay with us. And then they'll tell you what they have. They say, we have 1 bedroom and blah, blah, blah. There's, 4 people that stay here. You'll have a bedroom to yourself. And they'll tell you how many days they can host you. So if you're there for a event that's 10 days, they'll say you can stay here 4 out of the 10 days. That's 4 days with no hotel. You don't have to pay for the hotel. And then you say, okay, I'll stay here for 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you say, You go back on Couchsurfing and say, hey, I need a place to stay, blah, 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 blah. Do the whole thing over again until you cover all of your days. But sometime you might not get covered. So you might have to sleep in a car or catch a hotel. And that depends on what your money situation is. Now, the thing about me is whenever I would, okay, most of the stuff I did was local. So I would go as far as Pittsburgh. But if I went to Pittsburgh or Cleveland, I slept in my truck. I didn't even bother to couch surf, especially during the summer. And most of my running was during the summer. Most of the events are during the summer. But promotions go all year round. So what I do is, in Pittsburgh, like one time I went there for I was working with another guy, and we were selling Indian food. There was this Indian food in a bag or whatever. So what we'd have to do is set it up, and we'd have to cook it, and we'd have this display, and it was me and him, and they paid me, I don't know, $15 an hour or whatever. But I'm from Pittsburgh, so it was like cool. So basically, what I did, I knew I was going to be there for 3-4 days. So I would go, okay, I'm going to be here for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I need to sleep somewhere for 2 nights. What am I going to do? I would pick the safest place to sleep, usually at a hotel or in a, Walmart parking lot or something like that. And or sometime I would just drive to a nice white neighborhood, and I just pull up behind somebody's car and I just be there knocked out. Nobody would come out and say anything. Wouldn't say nothing. I'd be knocked out. I'd be too tired to find somewhere else, and I'd be just sleeping. So one time I actually went to the club. I was like, you know what? I'm going to walk around. It was on a Saturday night. It was beautiful out. It was in an area I've never been to. Went in there, met some folks. Uh, 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 girl, girl. And then got up out of there. Danced with some chick. And she wanted to dance with me again. And her friend was like, my friend likes you. Some white chick. I was like, cool, but I didn't want to say, I'm sleeping in my car tonight. Plus I really wasn't feeling her like that. She was nice though. She was like, she likes you, dance with her. I like my solitude. That's what I like. So I clubbed it to like 2 a.m. Jumped in my truck, found somewhere to sleep, and I was out. I was out. Yeah, you can couch surf. A woman put me on a couch surfing. She's like, are you going to couch surf? I'm like, what's that? Got to be careful when you're a woman, though. But why are you thinking about couch surfing? Let's look up couch surfing. Let me see. Let me look at my old. Let me look at my old profile. Back when I was a strapping young man, gallivanting all over the known world, looking for that paycheck, wowing buxom beauties. Oh, yes. Sign up faster with Facebook. I don't remember my Facebook. Yeah, Natalie. I doubt if this was my password. I don't remember my password. Yeah, that's not my password. I don't know my password. Couch surfing, yeah, it's still a thing. I'm not gonna sign in. I don't remember my password. You would never? All right, Matt, come on, let's go on a trip. Where you want to go? Vegas? Come on, I'm taking you somewhere. Where you gonna go? Where you want to go? We're gonna go to couch surfing is worldwide. You can couch surf. You can couch surf in Germany. Well, I had to do something because I kept getting fired. So I started off as a handyman, helping people fix stuff, which was, it was pretty cool. But, I just go on Craigslist. You can go on Craigslist right now. Let's go on Craigslist right now. And then I end up being I worked for a roofing company, a group of storm chasers. I had just gotten into a car wreck, so I didn't have a car. So I was waiting on my money for my truck. They were like, you could use our truck. We just need you to go and do this. I was like, yes. Loved working with them, but some of them were some racist pricks. All right, you go to gigs, you go to events. This used to be my stuff right here. You look down events, and what you look for is brand ambassador. Or, other stuff. Here's a retail event. Also did one of these too. I did, when like expos would be here. Oh my God, I'd make money at the expos. Fairs. Oh, fair season going on right now. Oh my God, fair season every year. Long hours on your feet. But oh my goodness, the money. The winter is when it really hits you. That's when I get broke. I wouldn't have any money. But the summer, when I started off doing this, I was doing like $400 a week. I was like, yeah. Then I said, you know what? I wonder if I double up. If I start working for other companies, I think I can make more money. Let's see if I can do 500. I did 500 that week. And then I said, let's see how much more I can make. I did 700 that next week. I was rolling. I even found on Craigslist a guy who fired me. But this dude said, I just need somebody to drive some homeless people, 5 homeless guys. I need you to shut down stores because Myers was shutting down. He said, all I needed you to do is put them in your truck, take these closing signs. When you get there, they're going to have closing signs. Stand out on each point and have the people see the sign, and I'll pay you and then you pay them. So I would go down to the homeless shelter and these guys would surround my car. And I would pick 5 dudes. And this is before I had a truck. I had had an Infinity. And all the Myers in town that was closing, that's what I did every weekend. I made about $450 on a weekend. So I didn't do anything else. That's what I did. Only worked on the weekend. But then dude fired me. He fired me. We got into it over something. He fired my ass. And he was like, that's a shame, Anthony, because I really liked you. I never heard from him again. He didn't even look back. He went and got somebody else. We got into a squabble over something. I actually had to go all the way to Kentucky. And that's when I finally got my truck. So I would drive these homeless guys back and forth to Kentucky. They were a bunch of crackheads. They would get into a hotel room and destroy the hotel room. Oh my God, it was something else. But it was adventurous. It was and it was adventurous. But I found all these jobs on Craigslist. I would go and work some of the expos and work like a tie dye. One dude, he was a juice guy. I worked with him. One guy had a hot dog stand, so I worked his hot dog stand. Him and his wife, they're still here, but I don't never see their hot dog stands anymore. But we used to sit. The hot dog stand would sit right outside of Home Depot. Him and his wife were getting divorced, so I would work. She'd be like, "Hey, Anthony, can you work with me?" And then he'd be like, "Hey, Anthony, can you work with?" The next weekend I'd work with him. I don't know why I stopped doing that. I think I got too busy and they weren't paying enough. But they kept money in my pocket. And that was the name of the game for me. Can I get can I pay the electric bill? I mean, I got so far behind in my bills. It was a rough way to live because once everything slowed down because I wasn't a tour manager. But if I would have had a CDL, honey, and I went and tried to get one, but they wouldn't let me get one. But if I would have had a CDL, I'm telling you, I'd probably have $200,000-$300,000 right now. Easy. I'd probably have more than that, actually. I would probably have more than that. Easy. Because I mean, you're doing $1,500 a week. That's what a judge makes. And this is without your your food and your phone. I mean, you're doing almost $2,000. And I would have just stayed on tour. One guy, that's what he actually did. He was my tour manager. I met him. He was just like, I don't have a home. I sold my home. It was worth $300,000. I sold it. He said, I went and brought a brand new RAV4, not a RAV4, but a Toyota, whatever, 4-wheel drive. He's like, that's what I stay in. I just go and rent a room wherever I need to go, but I stay on tour. And then his phone would ding. He would go, I just made some money because he was playing the stocks. His phone would go ding. He'd go, I just made some money. I loved it. He's like, yeah, I just sold my house. $300. He showed me. It's like, I just sold it. I just bought this truck. He's like, I stay on tour. And, when I was really starting to get heavy into it, what I did was I found promotions.com. I don't know if it's still the same, but I started applying to every company. So I went on promotions.com and I sent my resume out to every single one of those CEOs. They all got my resume. They started calling me back. Hey, Anthony, we want you to do this. Hey, Anthony, we want you to do that. And I got busy. I just got busy. I went out and started doing stuff, but I played myself a couple times, talked myself out of a couple jobs. So I made some serious mistakes. But yeah, I couldn't get that damn CDL. And that's what killed it. So I could only go so far. Like being a brand ambassador is cool, but it cuts you off. When the winter hits, things go indoor. Then you gotta travel like to Chicago. You gotta go to Chicago. They have an event in Chicago every year. So I went to Chicago, but not for that particular event, but for other events. But during the winter, brand ambassadors have to find different stuff, but it's slim pickings. But there's so many of you making money, and women make more money than men, not unless you're a tour manager. But women cover the promotion game more than men because when you're women, you're good looking. They don't want to look at me. They want to look at, a beautiful face. They paid the homeless people. Yeah, we paid the homeless people to hold signs. I paid them 20. What did I pay them? It wasn't much, but it was enough. And that guy would send the money to my bank account. Then I would go pick up my guys and we would go close down that store for the weekend. And then I would pay those guys cash. And then I'd be like, see you guys, tomorrow. I'd show up, 5 guys, and I'd pick 5 different guys who I knew would work for me. They'd jump in the car, boom, we hit it again. I pay them. And the best ones are when you had a 3-day weekend. I knew I was going to make good money then. So they'd be like, hey, we need you out there again. And then the guy was like, yo, you did so good. I need you to go to Kentucky. One time I did a promotion for Ogilvy. Ogilvy is a huge company. They're all over the world. They were like, you did so good in Columbus. We want you to go to Kentucky. I made $900 a week because I was the manager. And it was guerrilla marketing. And I was telling people, because they wanted to, hey, let's go to a mall. There's a lot of people at a mall. I said, you can't do marketing on the mall. Marketing area manager showed up, some Asian chick. Let's go to the mall. We showed up at the mall. The mall people came out and kicked us out. I said, I told you can't do this. They're like, why not? Because malls are private property. Hey, let's go downtown, stand in front of the Federal Building. I said, you can't do it. What happened? We went downtown, stood in front of the Federal Building. The Federal Police came out and said, you can't do that here. Kicked us right off the curb. The Federal Police. We just crossed the street and kept doing the same thing. We got rid of the product so fast. And the people were, taking a little coupon and, then they would go right to Kroger's and then buy the stuff right off the rack. And then as soon as they ding, when they hit the, the scanner, it goes back to the promotion people. Or it goes back to the people who hired them. They tell the promotion people called me and say, hey, you did such a good job. We want to know, can you do it again? Why? Because the Kroger's, whoever hired them, is like, do it again. We just sold. It was for scrubbing bubbles. We had to walk around with a big old toilet and say, hey, this would have. It was a toilet strapped to our chest. And they was like, Anthony, you did a good job. So boom. They say, go rent a van. Put all the stuff in the van, take off to Kentucky. I was like, where at? They were like, go to, I think it was in Florence. Florence, y'all. I was like, cool. Went there. I had to pay for my own hotel. Didn't matter why. I rented a room. I was like, okay, whatever. They're like, we're not going to pay for your hotel. They should have. But I was like, whatever. When the job was done, where did who go? The homeless people? Back to the homeless shelter. One guy actually met up with the love of his life. And he ended up being okay. Pulled up in front of my house one day and was like, yo, what up? He's like, remember I was telling you about that girl? If I ever see her, I saw her. Here she go. They invited me over to Thanksgiving. He's like, man, if I ever see this one chick, man, she saw him standing on the corner. I'm telling you, he was homeless. This dude used to sleep on the church steps. He's like, it's the best place to sleep because it's carpet. One dude was so loony. He wouldn't even spend the money that he made from me. A snowstorm hit. Instead of going into the shelter, he had a lawn chair and he was sitting out in the snowstorm, almost buried in snow. Kid you not. He was just sitting there, almost buried in a blizzard. There was a travel warning. And this guy sitting out like this, just covered in snow. Some of those guys were crackheads. I'm trying to tell you. We got stopped by the police once, and there's crack files in the. It's crazy. But it was the money, the hustle. I'm trying to see what's on here now, what I can get into. Focus groups, nah. Ain't like it used to be, man. I spent copious amount of hours. Oh, event. Look, brand ambassador, ethics closing. All right, let's see what you got. Brand ambassador, ethics closing. North James Road. Okay, looking for someone for a fun sales and setup gig. Now, see, I don't do sales. For a pop up next week, 10 to 4, very easy. It consists of helping sell ethics clothing and blah, blah, blah. Pop up sales, positive attitude, great summer. Interested. See, I don't do these ones because you're going to make money off of the sales. So if they sell nothing, you're not going to make anything. So I don't do stuff like that. Event staffing on schedule. Choose your gigs. Get paid daily. Let's see what they're talking about. Event staffing, schedule, choose your gigs, paid daily. All right. Just a company. Some of these were looking for models. So they, for mostly females. Male models too. But you can find modeling gigs on here. Of course, I'm not getting into any of that. Brand ambassador. See, this is why I don't do it anymore because I'm looking on it now. It's the middle of the summer. This thing should be jumping. This thing should be brand ambassador, brand ambassador, brand ambassador. It should be jumping. That's one reason why I had to switch and do something else. Look, all these jobs want you to work on commission. Eat my shorts. Craigslist ain't like it used to be. But here's a beautiful thing about Craigslist is you can look at every city. So let's just say you don't want to work in Columbus, Ohio. You want to work in, let's take the next popular city, Cleveland. Love Cleveland. I saw LeBron James walk right past me. It's like, what's up, LeBron? Saw him twice, actually. Pulled up in a Maybach. Everybody saw him. What up, B? What up? Walk into the club. LeBron James is here, blah, blah, blah. Go up in the VIP and sit. Everybody, LeBron James in the house. When I say he pulled up in a Maybach, and this was 20 years ago, he pulled up in a Maybach, baby, by himself, no crew, no homeboys. No, no goofy girls by himself pull up, walk in the club, dap everybody up. Can't do that now. You cannot do that now. Not you can't even. He'll get robbed immediately. Yeah, there's nothing here. Unbelievable. Yep, that's why I quit. Craigslist is not what it used to be. Answer, what do you got? I used to get money on Craigslist. To get money. $700, $800, $9, $1,200 checks, $3,000 check. Used to get money on Craigslist, baby. We used to get paid. Well, don't say nothing offensive. Because if you say something goofy, then I'm going to let you have it. That's like with all due respect and then say something disrespectful. Don't say nothing out your face that, is disrespectful and you'll be all right. What's your question? All right, well, never mind. How about I say something disrespectful to you and say, hey, don't defend it? How would you like that? You'd be like, wait a minute. Anytime you got a preface, don't get offended, don't say it. Just put a button on that one and go ahead and let that one be. Go out your mind.